Europa Editions presents The Dolphin House, written by Audrey Schulman, narrated by Alex Picard. This is a work of fiction based on an experiment that happened in the summer of 1965 at a research facility in St. Thomas. Although some of the events occurred, the characters are the product of my imagination and not based on real people, living or dead. 1. Tampa, Florida, February 1965. At the age of 21, Cora got a job as a waitress in a club in Tampa. It seemed right that the costume was difficult to pull on. She had to wiggle in and tug it on, then lie down to zip it up. The management required all the suits be cut one size too small. The outfit had ribs that pressed tight against her skin and pushed her breasts. Didn't allow that. The final night at the club, she wasn't sure what set her off, what made this interaction different from the others. Perhaps it was something about the way the stranger did it, reaching out with no notice, cupping her left breast like his hand was a scale. She had always considered touch as another language, more honest than speech. It expressed what the person would never say. The stranger didn't look at her face, had no interest in her reaction. The way a butcher would heft a lamb, thinking of the meal, not the animal. "Nice piece of tail," he said, pretending to refer to the tail pinned to the back of her costume. Lip-reading, she would have thought he had said "nice piece of hail," but she glimpsed his tongue tap the roof of his mouth to make the T sound. Most times she could lip-read men more accurately than women, their mouths closer to the level of her eyes, easier to spot the movements of the tongue. With this man, from the way his head was angled, she knew he wasn't addressing her, but was talking to his friends, two executives in suits standing next to him. He was trying to impress them with his membership key to this club, the young woman in their costumes, his action of grabbing her breast. His hand squeezed. He didn't squeeze to the point of pain like some of the men did, but this was one touch too many. Her vision tunneling in, a staticky sound rising in her ears. Her dad's nickname for her was Scrawny, after a terrier who was an escape artist, would nearly kill herself to get free at least once a week. She reached between the man's legs to cup what her granddad called the tackle. She lowered her voice as though from desire and said her shift ended in an hour, which was his car. There was a pause. He was looking at her now, focused. When he spoke this time, it was to her, not his friends. She strode off to the changing room, switched into her real clothes, and collected her hearing glasses. Exiting the building through the kitchen, she picked up a sugar pourer. In the parking lot, she poured the contents into his gas tank. She never went back. Walking home that night through downtown, she passed the Tampa Theater. A brightly lit marquee for the musical South Pacific caught her eye. The posters by the door showed a beach and the sea, a woman leaning against a palm tree all alone and staring out at the waves. What kept Cora's attention was the woman. To the men back in the club, this poster would be inviting, each imagining himself approaching, the woman turning, her need. Cora saw the poster differently. She thought the woman looked happy, staring out at the water, all alone. So she went to the travel agents the next day, leafed through some brochures, and ended up buying a one-way ticket to St. Thomas, an island not that far away, less expensive, more tropical. She hoped there she wouldn't have to dress like an animal to get a job. A pilot whale, the smooth curves, the gleaming oneness, a body so simple in form, a backbone sheathed in muscle and fat. Bloom shifted the bag of surgical instruments to his other hand and strode forward. With the first incision, the smell was released. Bloom and Tibbet began to cough. Insulated by blubber, the internal warmth had cooked the body. Behind them, the policemen and crowd backed up, pressing the handkerchiefs closer. The scalpel, intended for human bodies, was too small. Bloom switched to the carving knife. Once he'd reached the skull, he picked up the hatchet. He and Tibbet took turns, stopping every few hits to see if there was any sign of breaking through the bone. The next time Bloom looked over his shoulder, the crowd was gone. He chain-smoked to reduce the stench. Each time he needed a cigarette, he'd tap one partway out, then tug it out the rest of the way with his lips, so his hands in the surgical gloves never fouled it. So far as he knew, they were the first scientists to do this, to harvest a whale's brain and bring it back for study. A decade ago, Bloom had been the first to publish on the brains of the chimpanzee and gorilla. Even though the weight of the ape's brains was less than half of that of a human's, he'd found strong similarities in the convoluted furrows, in the shape and size of the frontal lobe. He'd concluded there were likely implications in terms of intelligence and abilities. Stations. It was possible they were smart. And there was the added benefit that in New England they lived just off the coast, so the subjects could be easily replenished. When he spoke at public events, the audience tended to assume that Bloom was an infallible expert, capable in every field of science. Although he would never admit this in public, he'd nearly failed statistics in college, as well as organic chemistry. Even now he relied on his postdocs for these parts of the work. No, his greatest strength was curiosity. An interesting research question caught him, wouldn't let him go. He'd started with gorillas because, after paging through a National Geographic article, he'd had a dream that night about one of them shaving. Handling the shaver adeptly, stretching the mouth to the side to get the cheeks, eyeing the progress in the mirror. The ape had removed the hair bit by bit, looking more and more human. In the morning, Bloom had woken, wondering just how smart they were under all that fur. Several times so far, once he'd started investigating a subject, other researchers would follow, the topic becoming trendy. By then, he would already have established himself, made a few big discoveries, and he could move on to some new subject. His second strength was being able to convey the importance of the work with a single well-chosen analogy, essential to securing funding. Other neuroscientists might be as good or better with the science, but they didn't comprehend the funder's desire to be associated with an analogy like that, to buy it with money and mention it at parties. When he started his research on gorillas, the newspapers had been filled with stories about computers and their many potential applications. The word computers no longer referred to women in the back office hunched over adding machines, but instead to huge cabinets of humming machinery capable of adding up 1,000 numbers in a second. This new type of mechanical computer was associated with everything futuristic and impressive. And so, with his research into gorilla brains, he'd associated the work with computers. He told the funders that brains were like biological computers, and he would unlock the secrets to the gorilla's foreign circuitry, capabilities, and speed. Bloom and Tibbet had opened a crack in the whale's skull with the hatchet. Bloom was Tibbet's department head. When Bloom asked him for help, he'd said yes. They used a hammer and wood shims to widen the crack systematically. They worked carefully, so they wouldn't harm the brain or its protective bag of meninges. When the crack was wide enough, running 3/4 of the way around the skull, Tibbet got his fingers into the crack and leaned back, pulling. Bloom sat on the animal's forehead and applied the crowbar. Working together, rocking with their bodies, the gap widened. There was a sudden crack, and the top of the skull opened. Bloom fell forward onto the side of the animal, his eyes at the level of the brain. He stared across its surface like an astronaut on the moon. Even through the thin cloth of meninges, the organ was clearly convoluted and dense with power. "Jesus," said Bloom, and sat up. Gently, he slid his hands in, between the meninges and the skull, to heft the bag of brains up, the contents a trifle soupy from decomposition. Tibbet cut the bag free at the base, and Bloom pulled it out. He held the organ in his arms, a father cradling a newborn, or a miner with a bag of gold. But Tibbet must have nicked the meninges, for the fabric began to sag at the base, then simply to rip, the contents dribbling out. Within a moment, no matter how he grasped and hugged the organ, he ended up holding just the wet and empty bag. Not that it really mattered. For from the moment he cupped the weight of that brain, easily twice as much as a human's, he knew his life's direction had been changed. 3. May 1965. On St. Thomas, Cora got a position at the Cantab, a bar on a dock in the harbor. When the boats landed, the Cantab was the first place the tourists saw. It was always crowded. There was a help wanted sign in the window, so she'd stepped inside to ask about it. When she said she had experience, the manager hired her. "Dishwasher?" she asked, hoping for a job with minimal conversation. He blew air out of his mouth, amused. He looked her over and said, "Waitress." It was a noisy restaurant, the clatter of silverware and plates, the blender in the kitchen and the background chatter. With the customers sitting down facing their menus, it was hard to see their tongues. Even with her hearing glasses, she frequently had to ask people to repeat. The men would smile and lean toward her, wanting a reason to get reflection off nearby objects. Say the word hello in a large auditorium with hard surfaces. The word ricochets around, tiny and lost. Now say hello at the same volume in a living room full of furniture. It bounces once off the walls and is caught in the soft cushions. The sound is clear and solid. Finally, say hello on a lake, in the fog. The word flies away and is gone without a ripple. As a child, her favorite place was the pig barn. The hay and the dirt floor, the wood walls and the backs of the pigs. Sound reflected just enough. Her second favorite place was the mudroom at home, a contained area with raincoats, shoes, bags of laundry, and a carpet. The sound gentle and warm. If she wanted to talk to anyone in her family, if it was going to be a conversation longer than a sentence or two, she would time for this moment as they stood in this room, pulling on or off their shoes. The restaurant had 3 distinct sections. The main seating area was long and narrow, with a wood floor and old rafters. It functioned as an echo chamber that 2 or 3 tables of customers could fill. Every sound multiplied. A single laugh barked back and forth, harsh, hurting the ears. Sound at the tables on the pier out back was muffled by the background slur of surf and wind. With the waves, the sound was not reflected at all, but fractured it in all directions. On the back deck, a customer's words disappeared as if they had never been. The kitchen itself was all hardwood and metal, the water in the sinks running and the clang of a pan on the stove, the chopping of a knife. Here, at least it was easier to read the situation, people's body language, complete with props. She could make a good guess at what had been said. Over the years, she'd learned to prefer being on her own. Alone, she didn't worry she'd miss. She'd walk until she found a quiet cove. Then she'd place her hearing glasses on her folded towel and wade into the waves to snorkel. The water was clear, and fish flitted about, whimsical and shimmering. What she enjoyed the most, however, was that, with her head under water, she could truly hear again. Most of her hearing had disappeared overnight when she was 8. She'd had a bad ear infection. She used to get them a lot. Went to bed feverish and aching. She woke the next morning, a Tuesday in May, to a pillow wet with pus and a world eerily quiet, except for a small hissing noise like a deflating tire in her right ear, what would later turn out to be her good ear. Since that day, the only place she could hear well without gadgets was in the dense medium of water. There, sound somehow bypassed her middle ear. Perhaps it was because the human body, after all, was mostly water. Any sound down here just continued unloaded, and magical powers were granted for a limited time. She thought of herself as the Little Mermaid, who suffered on land and felt at home in the sea. The only negative part of swimming was that when she had to step out onto dry land, she returned to something worse than before. Because, wading back onto the beach, she couldn't put her glasses on until her hair dried. Seawater could short-circuit the electronics. So she toweled and toweled her hair, but it She was out of sight of the dolphins and had been for a while, so they didn't know where she was. The tossed fish landed in the water of the lagoon like a gift from God. She waited a few minutes, then wandered around, carefully approaching the lagoon from a different direction. She couldn't see the fish floating anywhere. She put on her mask to look under the water and still didn't see the body. Byrne had his head up out of the lagoon, looking in the direction of the chute. So she went back to the basket. She walked around again to the lagoon, coming in from the side, and saw the three men standing on the veranda, staring, having spent the last few minutes watching the fish rain down and the dolphins snapping them up out of the air, famished. Bloom turned to her, his bright eyes impressed. Sunburned Tibbet and the young guy, the one who'd originally asked her to take the notes, looked at her in a different way, sizing her up, as though she'd just stepped into the room. 8. June 6 to 10, 1965. She fed the dolphins frequently over the next few days, trying to make up for their time without food. 5 or 6 times a day, she walked down to the beach where they couldn't see her and threw 20 pounds of fish, one body at a time, up into the sky, so each splashed down into the lagoon. Feeding the dolphins some kind of assistant. Bloom or Tibbet would speak and point, and he would move in that direction to lug bags or repair a machine or file papers. She was surprised because lugging, repairing, and filing were the sort of tasks her family did, and this man didn't move or talk like them. With her relatives, she could read with a glance from 20 feet away what they were feeling. They telegraphed emotion with posture and gesture and expression, as subtle as Buster Keaton. His posture correct. He hardly ever gestured except to knock the ash off his cigarette. Emotion was betrayed in the stillness of his gaze or in his nostrils flaring. He had straight blonde hair and white teeth, the good looks of Barbie's Ken. He had an endless number of polo shirts and madras shorts. She knew his family was not like hers. His family was the kind to vacation on the island, not live there. It seemed likely he was working as an assistant for a short time, as a way up the ladder. She kept trying to figure out his name, but it started and ended with hard-to-hear consonants, the ones formed in the front of the mouth and pushed out with the smallest puff of air. Steph? Jeff? Shep? Since she was only sure of the vowel in his name, she thought of him as eh. In general, she preferred being underwater. There she could see what was going on. The dolphins accepted her without background hum to a blast that vibrated through her bones. Pulses of a jet engine trying to start. She began to suspect there were many more noises than these, noises she couldn't hear, since at times the trills went up and up until she couldn't hear anything. But still the dolphins were angled toward one another, attentive. From humans, she knew well what a conversation looked like that she couldn't hear. With each day, they got more used to her, approaching closer, staring. They studied her as much as she studied them. When they surfaced, there was a fast hydraulic exhale, quick as a machine's breath. Unless a dolphin was busy playing or fighting or examining some object, it would rise to the surface to breathe every few seconds. The four of them exhaling this way created an irregular beat, a steam engine of life. They were not always calm. Sometimes they raced and shoved each other, sideswiping and ramming, screaming and popping and wagging their open mouths. Their speed and strength were such that she couldn't tell how much of this was good-natured playing and how much was true aggression. Perhaps being creatures used to having a whole sea to roam in, this small lagoon increased tensions, prisoners jousting for space in the exercise yard. If the roughhousing got too intense, she waded out of the water. She was a puny, slow-moving land creature who could get in the way, hurt unintentionally. The fourth day, when she pulled herself out, Tibbet was there. She tugged off her mask and mopped water from her face. Turning to him, she realized he was speaking. "Sorry, say again? Why do you get in the water?" He gestured with his chin to the lagoon. In his cheek was the lump of a Tums he was sucking on. She wasn't sure why he sucked on the Tums rather than chewed them. Perhaps he thought they would last longer? The Tums constricted his lips. At least he did not also smoke. She made an educated guess. "Get in the water?" He nodded. "So I can see them." The only word she recognized in his response was bad. She asked, "Why is it bad?" He spoke, irritated, moving the Tums from one side of his mouth to the other. She waited, her breath. It was as though everyone doubted their own gender. In reaction, they overcompensated in 1,000 small ways. Men tended to speak in a deep voice with little emotion. They made statements. Joe Friday from Dragnet just stating the facts. They talked at length, assuming all were interested. They didn't ask questions. Their hair was flattened with grease. They sat with their legs spread as though something in their pants needed the room. Perhaps it was all the keys in their pockets, to their homes, their cars, their offices. On the other hand, women had no keys in their pockets, for mostly they had no pockets at all, but only purses that they clutched in their hands. Wearing dresses or skirts, they turned their faces to the men, giggling and nodding and exclaiming, their voices pitched high, so much harder for Cora to hear. In general, they acted like nervous guests, perched uncomfortably on a chair, their thighs crossed, trying to deny there was anything there at all. Cora wore the appropriate female clothing, but she could not do a lot of the other behavior. She didn't giggle at the men's jokes because she tended to miss the punchline. She didn't utter constant affirmations because she wasn't sure what specifically needed supporting. She did, however, lean forward into a conversation, staring at the mouth. The way men reacted to her depended a lot on if they were happy in their relationship or not. Tibbet, it appeared, loved his wife a lot. He said, "What?" She was pretty sure he'd heard, but was making her repeat her question. She said, "Then why do you keep them caged?" Tibbet snorted as though in disgust and walked away. That afternoon, when she waded out of the water, Bloom was sitting on the dock watching her. He had no weight on him, a bony man, something inside burning all his energy, a small hamster in his head or chest running and running. The air was quiet, no wind, and he tended to be easier to lip read. His mouth opened wide, his tongue moved crisply. With him, she only had real difficulty when he had a cigarette clamped in the corner of his mouth. At the moment, watching the neat gymnastics of his mouth, she thought he enjoyed his body. She had an image of him standing up from the toilet and looking back in the bowl with pride. He said, his eyes moving lazily over her bathing suit, pausing on her left breast, "Why do you spend so much time in the water?" Having recently answered Tibbet's question about this, she was able to respond faster. "So I can watch the dolphins." Unlike Tibbet, he seemed to approve. His eyes were still focused on her breast. She wondered if the bathing suit was stained there. He asked, "What do they do?" "Them? They dance, they fight, they play. They make the most beautiful sounds." Bloom considered this. then stepped into the house and brought out a lab book, a bound notebook with a speckled cover and a label on the front. This was the type of book that Tibbet and kept their notes in. He handed it to her along with a Bic pen. The lab book was untouched and had a weight to it, each blank page waiting for words. "Put the date and your name on the label." She checked his face to make sure he was serious, examined the pen, then wrote lightly on the label so it could be scratched out later if necessary. He said, "Every 20 minutes, get out of the water and take some notes. Write down whatever you notice." He walked away. In a way, he scared her. She knew what to expect from the other men, what the limits and expectations were, but not from him. As soon as he was gone, she glanced at her left breast, but could see nothing different. 9. June 11 through 16, 1965. For the next few days, she worried about when Bloom would ask her for her notes and if he would approve. Underwater, she didn't know when 20 minutes had passed, so she simply waited out whenever she felt enough time had passed and dried her hands carefully, thinking about what she'd seen. At the top of each page, she wrote down the date. With each new entry, she noted the time. After that, she'd pause, uncertain. She didn't have any love of words. People with good hearing, they blathered all day long, saying whatever occurred to them, the speaking and hearing so effortless they didn't bother to enunciate or think through the meaning or syntax or their emotions. Meanwhile, she had to concentrate to know what they were saying, staring at the mouth, piecing the sounds together to deduce the most basic content. Hearing took her work. At times it felt like she had laboriously translated an ancient scrap of Sanskrit, only to find a grocery list. Complicating this was the fact that what people said with their mouths didn't always agree with what they said with their bodies. She figured this out in middle school, when one day she happened to be close enough and the room quiet enough to hear the two girls in her class talk about their roles in the school play. The shorter one with the dark hair said it's right. A sow would amble up to the fence to watch, its nostrils blowing heat into her hair. Underwater, she would observe one of the dolphins for a while, then wade out, dry her hands, and start to sketch, using a pencil so she could erase what looked wrong and try again. The curves took the longest time to get right. She'd drawn fish before, the ones her family were about to eat for dinner. But fish had flat bodies with surprised eyes as though they'd been squished between two books. At first, her drawings of the dolphins looked like fish with dolphin beaks and tails grafted on. So she tried again and again, sketching and erasing, trying to figure out how to show the muscled curves, the placement of fins and flippers. Her drawings got better when she began to think of them as misplaced mammals, as piglets that had wandered into the water, losing limbs and ears, growing fins and flippers and a streamlined form. An underwater pig that had traded its snout for a beak and a toddler's playful eyes. Once she could draw a recognizable dolphin, she sketched each of the 4 dolphins individually, noting down the distinguishing marks, writing their names below the sketches. Physically sketching the differences between them helped her know what to look for. The notch in Burns' fin, Cut's missing tooth, the scratches from old wounds on others' fin, and the rounder, unscratched Junior. Once she was able to draw them, she started writing actual notes. She wrote down only what she was sure of and what seemed important. She described specific actions, using the fewest words she could. Unlike the men, she wrote in pencil, never assuming that what she'd written was right, or couldn't be improved later. No matter how she dried herself off, the paper got a bit wet at the edges, like the dolphins themselves were keeping the notes. One day, while the dolphin Junior and Mother watched. Each morning on the way to the research center, she stopped by the fisherman's dock and picked up a crate of butterfish, the bodies still shiny from the sea. When she arrived at the center, she stood on the beach, on the far side of the boulders, out of sight, lobbing fish into the lagoon. Once the first fish hit the lagoon, the dolphins would swim to the surface, watching for more. If her hearing glasses were adjusted right, she could hear the clap of a dolphin's beak catching a fish in midair. From the sky, to get used to the idea bit by bit and adjust to it. Once they accepted it, assuming they did, she would be able to get close enough to make sure all of them were eating, to watch for any changes in diet that could signal health problems. For now, each day she wrote down how many total fish they ate. April 17, 193 butterfish, 42 pounds eaten. For her, the slow part of the day was during the and leisurely. Within 20 seconds, the air in her lungs had expanded, the pressure in her throat. At 26 seconds, he rose to the surface and exhaled. The air burst from her mouth, loud in the snorkel. All the dolphins turned to look at her. While Bernie had to inhale only one breath before sinking back down, surprised she was breathing when he did. He sank back under the water and nosed his way over to her as she huffed in and out through her snorkel trying to catch her breath. As soon as she felt able to, she sucked her breath in again and held it. However, within a few seconds, her lungs began to hurt. Her body needed to breathe. Bernie cocked his head, clicking at her from a few feet away. The clicking vibrated in her tight lungs. He rotated 90 degrees to look at her sideways, while her heart of breathing. As her breathing slowed, she turned to Bernie, his head the size of her torso, his fixed grin and brown eyes. This close, she could see his pupil was a strange horseshoe shape, different from a human's. Looking her in the eye, he began deliberately to make loud, rasping gasps. His breathing, along with the raspy noises, emerged from the blowhole on top of his head. This was how dolphins breathed. However, the strange thing was, while he made these noises, he kept his mouth open and rocked in time with the gasps, imitating her. He stopped and examined her, then rolled beneath the water and was gone. She wrote up what she'd seen, then looked it over. In general, she liked the written word so much more than the spoken word, for her hearing didn't get in the way of reading. Still, writing down her own thoughts was intimidating. It was difficult. Struggled to convey what she'd seen in a way that both Bloom and Tibbet would understand and believe. Uncertain, she erased a little more, and a little more, until she'd edited down the words to what she knew they could accept. Deafness can take many forms. 6:28. Bernie can breathe only twice a minute for several minutes without apparent difficulty. So much hearing happens not in the ear, but in the brain. Like a partially blind person, Cora's brain struggled to make sense of the few clues it was given, to interpolate between distant points. At times, it made guesses and filled in the information it lacked. Hearing thunder, muffled and indistinct, her brain turned the sound into a large dog growling just behind her. She could hear the raspy breathing mixed into the growl. The clap of a book shutting was turned into a gunshot outside, complete with its after-echo off the nearby buildings. At times, her brain got more imaginative. Like a bird's body is designed for flight, whole sections of the human brain are devoted to language. Back when she was 8, a few months after the flu took most of her hearing, her brain ached so much for spoken language that, out of sheer desire, it occasionally transformed noise into words. The first time this happened was one morning when she cranked on the water in the sink. Instead of hearing the squeak of the fixture followed by the rush of water, she heard a voice. The voice was clear and vivid in a way she hadn't heard in months. The consonants, the emotion, the slight sibilance of dentures. An older woman's voice said with surprise and interest, "She should suggest it." The words originating from the mouth of the faucet. Cora stood there, staring. A few days later, walking back from school, alone in her staticky silence, a cocker spaniel barked repeatedly at her from behind a fence, in a sarcastic teenage voice. "Right, right, oh, right." 2 days after that, the school flag snapping in the wind over the playground called out in a precise BBC accent, "Flip it fa. Fa." These voices cracked open a profound fear inside of her, so she began to plead with her parents for hearing aids. Although the devices were very way the wife's attention locked on her, and then her posture straightened. Cora knew Bloom had had affairs. The wife walked over, her 2 toddlers following. She was a thin, precise blonde, in her early 30s, a decade older than Cora. Although she held her face in a fixed smile, her tongue moved sharply, filled with long-term fury. She said her name was Babs. Her eyes missed no detail. Cora told her that she was hard of hearing and asked her to speak slower. She answered whatever questions she could hear, her name and her work here. She pulled on some clothes, slouched, and tried to appear harmless. When Babs left, her kids trailed along behind, the oldest sucking her thumb, watching her mom with a worried look. Tippett's wife, on the other hand, didn't have kids. She tended to drop by the research center more frequently, every few days. She'd appear around noon and have lunch with the men, drinking a gimlet or martini the way they did. She was maybe 25, her hair red, and her body ample. She laughed easily, giving in to the motion, her whole body swaying, one hand against her chest. The first time she appeared, she walked over to Cora to introduce herself. Her mouth opened wide while she talked, a generous spirit, her tongue unhurried and large. She said her name. It might have been Terry, or maybe Carrie. Terry/Carrie asked if she was Ez's girlfriend. Cora said, "No, I work here." Terry/Carrie cocked her head. Something about the way she did this reminded Cora of Bernie studying her with his dark eyes. Cora said, "I feed the dolphins." Wanting to change the subject, Cora asked, "What's Smith?" Terry/Carrie paused at this question, seemed surprised. With a long neck and black hair, Cora had been told she looked a little like Audrey Hepburn. However, the last few weeks in the sun had darkened her skin to a shade that Hepburn could have never achieved. "Uh-huh," said Terry/Carrie. From being around the Dolphins, Cora was more aware of breath, her own and others, the frequency of it, the speed and depth. Terry/Carrie exhaled that "ah" with a movement of her stomach. Her head nodded, and her curiosity about Cora left her. She said, "It's a college, dear." Still, she invited Cora up to have lunch and drinks with the men on the veranda. Cora replied she couldn't. She was working. Terry/Carrie walked up there and sat down, tucking her skirt under her legs. The men watched her do so. When either of the wives was around, the men acted differently. They were careful not to look at Cora in her bathing suit. If they needed to address her, they talked with their faces flat and bland. Cora wore a black bathing suit, one that covered her from the collarbone down to the top of the thighs. She kept her hair drawn back in a ponytail, wore no makeup, and worked to be ignored. She wanted to stay here, watching the Dolphins. She wanted no trouble. Cora watched while the men and Terry/Carrie ate lunch on the veranda. At one point, Bloom leaned in and touched Terry/Carrie's shoulder, saying something. A few seconds later, Tibbet put his hand on his wife's hand, leaving it there for Bloom to see. For a moment, Cora considered taking out her notebook to tally these touches. About 9 a.m., Tibbet and came out of the tool shed carrying a large fishing net. They unrolled it, 50 feet long, and dropped it into the water across the far end of the lagoon. The net had weights along the bottom. With Tibbet on one side and on the other, they began to drag the net through the water toward the shallow end. As soon as the Dolphins saw the net, they began to panic, darting around the lagoon looking for escape. Clearly, they'd experienced this before. They jumped, vocalizing high squeals of fear. Bloom stood on the veranda, watching and drinking his coffee. Bernie tried to protect the other Dolphins, keeping his body between the approaching net and them. He stuck his head out of the water and clapped his mouth open and shut, a warning to the humans. The claps were loud, and his sharp teeth shimmered in the sunlight. Then he charged the net, stopped just short of it, and slammed his tail down against the water with all his power. The sound boomed, loud as a gunshot. He did this over and over again, but the men paid no attention, chatting across the lagoon, continuing on hand, stepping barefoot into the water and walking from dolphin to dolphin, considering each. He stopped beside Mother and jerked his chin at her. Tibbet and shoved the other dolphins back into the water. Only Mother remained beached, watching the men. Every time she breathed, Cora could see the effort it took, the unaccustomed weight of gravity on her ribs. The men brought over a canvas stretcher and placed it on the ground next to her, then heaved her onto it. From the Cora wrapped her wet hair tightly in a towel and risked putting on her hearing glasses. She walked up the stairs until she could hear what was going on inside the house. The noises were not quiet. They echoed out the window. Mother was squealing, sometimes very loudly. There was a rhythmic metal banging. Instruments clattered. Occasionally, a machine beeped. The men called out information or commands to each other. She backed away slowly, unable to will herself inside to look through the windows or door to see what was happening. She took off her glasses, walked back to the lagoon, and sat there on the ground, hugging her knees to her chest, looking only at the dolphins in the lagoon. After an hour, the men carried Mother back out of the house and back down to the pool. She was alive. She had 3 incisions, each about an inch long, on the top of her head. It was unclear how deep the cuts were. The men tilted the end of the stretcher up to slide her into the lagoon. Mother tucked her head down, dove in, and swam fast to the far end, the other dolphins rushing to her. The blood on her skin was washed away. She seemed to be moving well. The 4 of them clustered together, circling, rubbing against each other. Within a few hours, Mother was eating normally. She swam and breathed and looked healthy. The incisions weren't bleeding and were barely visible. The only way a stranger might know something had happened was that she "12. July 1 through 8, 1965. Over the next few days, to someone who didn't know them, the dolphins would have looked happy. The permanent upcurl of their mouths, the way they chased each other and arced out of the water, immense and sleek. But Cora saw how Mother stayed for hours near the chute, floating there with her beak open, tasting the water from the open sea. The incisions on her head were visible as bloodless slits. On the other hand, Bernie ate less, sometimes mouthing a fish for a moment, then spitting it out. He spent a lot of time lying on the bottom of the lagoon, staring into the distance. Cat and Junior seemed the least affected, tussling, eating, and investigating. Cat continued to play with the bodies of the squid Cora gave her. One day, Cat figured out she could grab the tentacles of a squid and, with a twist of her head, sling the body sideways through the air like a wobbly discus. At first, she could throw the body only a few feet, but she worked at the trick all that day, practicing with the different physics and center of gravity. There wasn't a lot else to do in the small lagoon. She got better quickly, first in terms of distance, and then in terms of aim. By the afternoon, her constant play had shredded every squid she had. The one she had left was gray and tattered. Who knew how long the body had been there, hidden on the bottom of the lagoon? She could sling it 30 feet through the air. His head cocked at the exact same angle. July 3, The dolphins at times appear to mimic humans in posture and action. Once in 10th grade, her classroom visited a nearby museum. Cora, unable to hear what the teacher was saying in the echoing room, stared at a glass case full of household tools from the 1700s. One tool caught her eye. It looked like a leather belt laid out flat in the case, but it was different in 3 ways. It was too small to fit around even a child's waist. It had a metal lock and key instead of a buckle. And sticking up from the center of the belt was what looked like the bowl of a wooden spoon. The card in front of it read, "The Branks." A punishment for women or slaves who talked too much, the Branks was locked on around the head. The spoon in the mouth held the tongue down. The Branks made speech impossible and could be locked on for as long as the master desired. At the museum, the teacher tapped her on the head to catch her attention and get her to follow the rest of the group. She thought about the Branks for a long time afterward. She imagined it locked around the head, with the spoon holding the tongue down. It would be impossible to eat or drink, or even swallow saliva. The woman or slave turned into a mute animal, unable to plead, the dry weight of thirst building. Left on, it could kill within days from dehydration. Even an hour of wearing it would leave a physical memory in the mouth. One harsh look from someone in power, and the thirst would return. The mute fear. The weight on the tongue. At times, when she saw a teacher or boss or police officer stare, angry, eyebrows raised, at someone with less power, she noticed the reaction was shown frequently in the mouth. The person with less power closed the lips, moving the jaw from side to side, uncomfortable, and then just swallowed the Colonel. She'd pronounce the word the way it was written, and the listeners would pause, confused, then rock their heads back in a startled laugh. Thus, her spoken vocabulary stayed close to that of an 8-year-old. Her comprehension, so much larger. One day, walking past the bookshelves, she spotted a book with Bloom's Then Kat's sound stopped, mid-squeal. Cora froze, her eyes flicking left, then right. Kat exhaled, the loud hydraulic release of her breath. There was a slow moment, a thoughtful pause, and Kat started making different noises. Deliberate ones. The sounds no longer shrieks, but low-pitched hums, well within human hearing range. Hum, hum, hum. The volume and pitch rising and falling, the rhythm changing. Of all the sounds Cora had heard the dolphins make, she'd never heard anything like this. The men didn't seem to notice. Not having swam underwater with the dolphins, they weren't familiar with their sounds, didn't know what was unusual. Busy with their actions, they continued to talk, listening to each other, not the dolphin. Bloom issued a command. Tibbet stated a fact. Asked a question. Behind their voices, Kat hummed. Her sound accompanying their conversation, a background melody to the beat of their words. Cora had spent years listening as hard as she could. Unable to hear every word, she squeezed all the information she could from whatever she could perceive. The pitch, the beat, the emotion. She focused, her forehead furrowed. When she understood, her eyes opened wide. She listened for another few seconds to make sure. Its reels spinning. She spoke to Bloom. He was the one who had asked her to say what she observed. "Do you hear it?" Bloom asked. "What?" She stepped over to the tape recorder, pressed the stop button. With a clunk, the reels halted. "Hey," said and started to move in her direction. She rewound the tape, then hit play. "Listen. Listen to her." Was struggling to pull off his gloves to turn the recording back on. To match his, duplicating the beat of his words as best she could through the kazoo of her blowhole. Listening, Bloom stood very still, head tilted, his eyes on the corner of the room, as though he'd seen something move there. Tibbet listened, eyes unfocused. When the tape reached its end, now playing just static, stepped forward to rewind it further and hit play again. Now they heard Bloom stating a flat command and answering. Kat kazooed along behind, imitating their speech. Asked, his voice high, "Why is she doing that?" Cora looked at him with surprise. "To tell you she exists, that she is smart, to get you to stop hurting her." All three of the men blinked and looked at Kat. Tibbet said slowly, each word considered, "It could be a coincidence." Bloom was considering Kat with interest, as though she'd just been introduced. He still held the wire, halfway inserted into her brain. Kat's blowhole opened, the rush of breath, then the knuckled closing. She was silent, watching them from inside the restraining tank, her brown eyes magnified by the water. Bloom pulled the wire out of her brain. He put it down on the table. He said to Tibbet, "Patch her up and get her back in the water." He added, his eyes direct, "Be careful with her." She saw for the first time she was good at something. While Bloom's expression was pleased, the other men's were not. Once Kat was carried back and slid off the stretcher into the lagoon, the four dolphins shot together to the other side, getting as far from humans as they could. There they twined around one another, taking solace, rubbing against each other, quieting slowly, until, tuckered out from emotion, they fell asleep there, their beaks holding tight to each other's flippers or tail. The big male, Bernie, did not eat for the rest of that day. Each time he surfaced and exhaled, Cora could hear the combination of his responsibility and helplessness. 14. July 14, 1965. The next morning when Cora walked onto the property, heading down toward the lagoon, she came upon Bloom sitting cross-legged on the grass, his hands palm upward on his knees, his eyes closed. A bony, bird-like man. She watched for a second. His breath was slow and deliberate. He blew air loudly out his mouth, almost as if he were snorkeling on dry land. When she started to tiptoe past him, heading down toward the lagoon, his eyes opened. "Do you want to try?" she asked. "Try what?" "Meditating." "Meta what?" "Meditating. It's a practice from the Orient. Conscious breathing. It clears the mind of the details of life." Her eyes moved from left to right. She'd always thought the details of life were the point. He said, "Sit down. Try it out." She sat down on the grass, making sure to leave a good 6 feet between her and him. He said, "Inhale slowly through the nostrils. Concentrate on the breath. Fill your lungs." She imitated the speed of his breath, tried to make her inhale as loud as his. She wasn't sure what she was supposed to be paying attention to in terms of her breath. Aside from being slow, it seemed to be going fine. He said, "Exhale now, out the mouth, pushing out all the air inside of you. Focus on your breath. Still your mind. What happens when your mind is freed from all its frittering?" "You fall asleep?" she thought. She asked, "Is this connected with the experiment you want to do with the bathtub?" He looked at her, confused. She jerked her chin at the oversized tub on the lawn nearby, the one with the lid. The wood frame around it was complete. It looked ready to be used. The isolation tank. He stopped breathing deeply, straightened his legs out in front of him, and began to stretch, attempting to touch his toes with his legs straight. It was clear he did not stretch a lot. "Yes, I'm going to float in it. Try out sensory deprivation. Observe what happens in my mind." She imagined floating in warm water in the dark. It made her want to pee. He added, "Man has explored the planet and space and the body. Our remaining frontier is the mind." He bent forward into his stretch again. "A few months ago, I met this Harvard researcher studying the mind, its powers and capabilities. The implications are fascinating. In a few weeks, he'll come here and be my guide for a trip." "Where are you going?" He looked at her confused, then understood. No. I meant a mental trip. We'll use guided imagery and psilocybin." What?" "Psilocybin, a psychoactive compound found in certain mushrooms. Leary, the researcher, found it opens doors to the mind, allowing for experiences like temporal distortion and synesthesia." Each time she talked to Bloom, he used words she did not know. She wasn't sure if he was purposely showing off or if he couldn't imagine she didn't know these words. Bloom changed the subject. "Look, I'm glad you're here. I have a project for you. That dolphin that mimicked our speech yesterday. Kat, can you teach her to do that on command? Mimic You're able to work with them, to intuit their actions. If you manage, I'll double your salary." He watched her to see her reaction to this offer. Working here, she already had more money than ever before, more than she knew what to do with. However, money was a power that she could collect. Who knew when she might need it to get others to hear her? She asked, "Is there a time limit?" "Our main funder arrives in under a month." She blinked. "Not much time." He nodded. She looked around, the bathtub, the lawn. "I'll try on 2 conditions." "Yes?" "I can borrow some of the books in the house." He nodded, surprised. Pleased. Of course, of course. What's the second condition?" She inhaled, then said it. "You can't operate on them meanwhile. If I succeed, you can't operate on them for 2 months afterward. On any of them." After the agreement with Bloom, she walked down to the lagoon, pulled on her snorkel, mask, and fins, and Frog walked in. She stayed in the shallows, watching the dolphins through her mask. She needed to figure out how to get them to mimic human speech on command. In the water, she was awkward and heavy-breathing, a tugboat laboring along. They, on the other hand, cut through the water with ease, curving up to within a few feet to study her, making their noises. Marbles bouncing down wood stairs. It was impossible to tell which dolphin made which noise since, underwater, all sound was immediate and tactile, resonating in her teeth and nasal cavities, in her lungs and gut and bones. Balloons squeaking against each other. After they each greeted her appropriately, they curved away. In order to train them, she needed a way to reward them. It was time to see if they would take food from her hands. She swam back to the dock and retrieved a butterfish from the food bucket. Ducking back under the water, she kicked forward slowly, holding the fish out toward them. A cougar roaring, sped up to sound like a cricket. Cat was the first to approach, gliding forward, the incisions visible on her head. Cora was surprised that Cat would get near her the day after surgery, would get near any human ever again. Cat paused just above her, staring. The eyes of a dolphin aren't on the front of the face like a human, but on the sides of the head. Because of this, most of the time the dolphins could look at an object from only one eye at a time. However, from above, as Cat was now, both eyes could look together. Probably the focus was better. Cat hovered there, examining Cora for a long moment. Cora had no idea what Cat understood of the surgery. Perhaps she'd simply noticed that once Cora entered the room, the men had stopped hurting her and she'd been returned to the lagoon. Cat curved down and gently took it. Holding it in her mouth, she swirled away, her flipper brushing Cora's hand. Junior, the adolescent dolphin, was the next one to take a fish from Cora's hand. Then Mother. Finally, even Bernie did. His sides raked with old wounds, his fin clipped, his brown eyes. He took the fish so gently, like a breeze lifting it away. Knowing now that she could reward each of the dolphins individually, she swam to the bucket of fish on the dock. Standing up, she toweled off her head and put on her hearing glasses to start the training. She needed them to mimic speech above the water so she would know which dolphin made which sound, so she could reward the right one. She stood there, waiting until one of them, Junior, stuck his head out of the water. Holding a butterfish in her hand, she said, "Talk." Mid-morning, she thought all the men had gone into town. She was leaving the bathroom when stepped into the hall from his bedroom. his hair slicked back, his checkered shorts. As she started to step to the left around him, he began to roll his arm through the air toward her. It was the start of a big motion, a coordinated sweep of his right arm as though he was returning a powerful serve. Attempting to grab her. Time slowed. 5 inches taller, he must weigh 50 pounds more. Through the door to his room, she could see his bed. She knew where this was going. So she ducked. His large swing meant his arm was committed, continuing its powerful sweep just above her while she bolted out the door. She sprinted down the stairs and dove into the lagoon. Among the dolphins, she was safe. Surfacing, he was nowhere in sight. She exhaled. Holding up her hands, she could see her fingers trembling. Treading water, she knew her speed of response would work only once. If tried a second time, he would be more prepared, have both arms out, move forward slower, be ready to grab. She also knew what would happen if she tried to tell Bloom and Tibbet that had attacked her. There would be looks exchanged, a certain disbelief. Did she mean Why would he do that? They would not have to mention that he was a good-looking Harvard student, that he could be with anyone he wanted, that she would be lucky if he were interested. She said, "Talk." She waited a moment and repeated, "Talk." She said, "Talk." Junior squeaked, impatient. At this sound, she immediately threw him a fish. Then she said, "Talk." She waited a moment. "Talk." She said, "Talk." Cat made a sound, gurgling, so she threw a fish to her. Normally, each of them ate 60 to 100 fish a day. Since she needed them to focus, she didn't give them any food at all unless they made a noise right after she spoke. She wanted them hungry and motivated. It wasn't their habit to vocalize a lot above water. Up until now, for their entire lives, food had never been contingent on any behavior except their ability to catch it. As the day went by and they got hungrier, they kept their heads out of the water for longer, bobbing there, looking at her. Each time one of them made a noise right after she said talk, she threw that dolphin a fish. This first day, they didn't seem to be getting the concept. That first day, each of them got fewer than 15 fish. That afternoon, a small log drifted in along the sluice from the sea and bobbed lazily across the lagoon until it got stuck against the metal gate that ran across the exit stream. Mother seemed interested in it. She floated near it, considering the log. After a few minutes, Cora swam over, curious why Mother was interested. She couldn't see any fish hiding behind the log. The log itself was a few feet long, 8 inches in diameter, with the stumps of branches sticking out. Its bark was long gone, and the wood gray from the sea. It bobbed and scraped against the metal gate. The gate was solid metal and lowered halfway down so the water burbled underneath. Mother studied the log, clicking at it. There were a few strands of seaweed caught on the log. As Mother and Cora watched, a leaf got tangled in that seaweed, and then a twig. Cora figured there wasn't all that much happening in the lagoon. This log might be the most exciting thing around. Dolphin's senses were different. Perhaps Mother was entertaining herself, watching the turbulent water flow around the log. The next morning, up to her waist in the lagoon, Cora held out a fish and said, "Talk." She waited a moment for any reply sound from the dolphins and then said, "Talk." She waited again and then said, "Talk." When one of the dolphins happened to make a noise right after she spoke, she threw the fish to that dolphin immediately. The other dolphins turned to watch that one swallow the fish in a single bite. This was the second day, and they were hungry. She said, "Talk. Talk." They studied her, trying to understand why she wasn't feeding them. She imagined it from their side. They'd never been trained before, didn't understand the concept of a reward, that her gift could be contingent on an action. Perhaps they were wondering why she would keep them hungry, why she kept repeating the same sound. After this second day, she noticed a slight divot, an indent in the fat behind Bernie's blowhole. She didn't remember seeing the divot before. He had been eating less than the others for weeks. She didn't know if the indent could be from him losing the log, watching it twirl through the water to become snagged on one of the branches. Mother brought another piece of seaweed over and released it, watching. She repeated the action with a twig and then a leaf, and then some more seaweed. She repeated this again and again, watching what happened each time. More and more debris stuck against the log. Cora watched her. No idea of what she was doing or why. When the men were inside during lunch, she stepped into the house. With all three of them there, she figured it was safe. Still talking, they turned to watch her walk to the bookshelves. She scanned the shelves for a book to borrow. She knew these books contained the words and concepts she needed to know in order to work with the men. These books would help her understand the men and help the men hear her. Her eyes landed on the book with Bloom's name on the spine, the one with the cover showing a gorilla with its brain hanging in the air over its head. The title was Biological Computers. She pulled the book out and held it up for Bloom so he could approve her borrowing it. He nodded, a flicker of satisfaction on his face. Over the next few nights in her boarding room in town, she read the book. She more than read it. She studied it, trying to understand Bloom's thinking and values, the ideas behind his research. In the center of the book were a few pages of photographs. Bloom in surgical garb standing beside an operating table. By her bed so she could study them each night before she fell asleep. She learned words like axon and occipital. She learned terms like negative stimuli and avoidant behavior. Some of the words were common ones she knew, but they seemed to mean something different in this book. She looked for them in the glossary, but they were not there. Subject, controls, trials. The meaning of these common words must be taken for granted as concepts any reader should know. The other thing not explained The sound cut through the water and could be heard miles away. No one knew how much information was coded into this creaking. It was hard to break the code when humans had difficulty underwater determining even which dolphin had spoken. The crinkling, the voice Saran Wrap would have if it could speak, was how the dolphins touched things from a distance. This sound could be tightly focused, with or without power. With this crinkling, a mother could caress her baby from 50 feet away, or shove a shark. The final kind of sound, the clicking, was sonar, a form of vision. The clicking bounced off objects, the reflected information processed in the same part of the brain as sight. Potentially, the dolphin could see temperature, pressure, and currents. Since other animals were composed primarily of water, the clicking reflected off the densities of their internal organs in different ways. The sound and vision were combined in the dolphin's brain. Perhaps this was the moment when she understood the deal, the compact of trainer and trainee, the promise of reward for requested behavior. Or maybe she'd understood it from the start, but this was when she conceded. Whatever went on in her head, she squealed a second time, even louder, the same key. Cora threw her the squid. Cat caught it. 2 squid in her mouth now. She rolled under the water to hide them at the bottom of the lagoon. A moment later, she popped back up, eager. Cora said, "Talk." Cat squawked, gurgling a little at the end. The 2 of them repeated and repeated this command and reply, until Cat had squid tucked away in nooks and crannies all over the lagoon, and Cora began holding up butterfish instead. Each time Cora said talk, Cat squealed the same note, catching the fish as they were thrown. She was so hungry, she swallowed them whole, repeating the trick 30 times in a row. The other dolphins watched this interaction with concentration. Cora saying talk, then Cat making a noise and getting thrown a fish. This was a concept that was new to them, having food be dependent on their ability to please a different species. Hunger, however, focuses the mind, shoving it toward innovation. Once Cat was finally full, she stopped responding to Cora. Instead, she circled the lagoon, her head out of the water, wearing a squid at a rakish angle like a fleshy Easter hat, pleased with herself. With Cat no longer interested, Cora held up a fish and looked at the others instead. She said, "Talk." She waited a moment, then said, "Talk." Mother squeaked, hesitant, but willing to try. Cora threw the fish to her. Mother swallowed it and then opened her mouth to bellow out lots of noises, her mouth open and hungry. Within an hour, even Bernie at times responded to the command. The next day, as soon as the dolphins saw Cora pull out the fish, they all squealed and clicked and trilled as loudly as they could, like opera stars warming up. The men filed down to the lagoon. Standing nearby, each of them watched with a different expression. In the silence right after she threw a fish, Tibbet spoke. He was facing her, close enough for her to hear. He said, "Maybe they do better with a woman's touch." "Don't we all?" answered Bloom. Cora picked up a fish. The dolphins, out of excitement, began making many sounds. Cat was beeping like a Martian spaceship landing. "No, no, wait," Cora said. She did not give them the fish. She had to teach them to wait until she said, "Talk." Junior made a clicking like a stick running across fence posts. "Wait, wait." When they were silent for a second, she said, "Talk." Mother was the fastest, blatting out a baby's cries filled with want and impatience, so Cora threw the fish to her. Each time she waited until they were silent, then asked for them to talk, rewarding the one who made the first noise after she said talk. Sometimes after she said talk, one of them would bob there, motionless and concentrated, watching her. She knew well what people looked like when they were making sounds she couldn't hear. After a moment, she would be able to hear the dolphin's voice at the edge of her range, as high-pitched as a dog whistle, more air than sound. Only once she could hear it clearly did she throw the food. Yes, someone else might have heard the sound sooner, but this did not bother her. She would teach the dolphins to speak as clearly as she wished all humans did. Bit by bit, the dolphins made it clear he didn't understand she might have been scared when he tried to grab her by force in the hallway the other day. Or perhaps it was worse than that. It seemed possible, from the pchoo-pchoo sound effects that she could see his mouth making as he worked the water gun's trigger, that he was so unable to imagine her point of view, he didn't know that she might find attempted rape unattractive. She felt a shimmer of true fear inside her, and rolled into the water among the dolphins, where would never follow. She might have a hard time perceiving sound, but some men had a similar difficulty with emotions, their own and others. These men could range from the inconsiderate to the truly dangerous. She swam 20 feet from the shore, then stuck her head out of the water to check he was leaving. She noticed Mother was watching him walk away. These days, Mother seemed to have her head out of the water a lot, bobbing there, looking at the humans, her gaze focused since she was unconscious and wouldn't know any different. They each had sex with her. Only afterward, when she didn't wake up, did they get alarmed. The autopsy discovered she'd had a heart condition and likely died while dancing. In the photo, the men were shown in their military uniforms, looking sad, each posed with their wife and children. Cora had been fascinated with the story. At times, at a club, a man would attempt to corner her. Mostly she couldn't hear what they were saying, but she'd known from their expressions what would happen if they managed to get her alone. It seemed to her that the men acted this way with her a little more than with most of the other women at the club. She assumed it was because they sensed she was different. In the newspaper photo, the woman smiled brightly, her chin tilted up. If Cora could figure out what she and this woman shared, perhaps she could change it in herself, or hide it somehow. In the court case that followed the woman's death, the jury decided it was impossible to rape a woman who was dead, since by definition, she could not say no. The men were not convicted of any wrongdoing. Wanting to reduce how much the men harassed her, Cora had studied the women who the men didn't bother as much, as well as those who they bothered more. So far as she could tell, the harassment didn't have to do with looks. No, the men acted the worst with Nettie, the brunette with an apologetic slouch and a slight double chin. The dolphins learned quickly. Within days, they stayed silent when she held up the fish, waiting for her to say talk before they began bellowing for food. Once they'd learned this trick, she required them to do more. She began to throw food only to the dolphins who responded with one clear sound. Once they knew to respond with one noise when she said talk, she began to teach them to respond with two noises to the command, talk more. Kat got the idea within an hour, teaching the rest through example. A few days later, Cora added the command, talk 3 sounds. Kat, again, was the first to respond with 3 sounds. Perhaps she was more motivated, or verbal, or smarter. Perhaps she connected with Cora better. Whatever the reason, she got rewarded frequently with food and squid. She helped train the others by showing them what to do. Perhaps they all learned faster because of her. When there was no training going on, Kat played with all the squid she'd accumulated, slinging them around the lagoon, at the dolphins and the humans. Gradually, her range improved. If the men had lunch on the veranda, they learned to hunch over their food, protecting it. The windows of the building became targets. From inside, there'd be the slap of a squid, a silhouetted, fleshy Rorschach. Then the slow, puckered release of its fall. Each morning, squid bodies lay scattered on the veranda and table and chairs, as though there'd been a light rain of cephalopods. Stepping out into the veranda one morning, holding his coffee, Tibbet's heel landed on one. It was slimy from decomposition. His foot slid out from under him. He fell, bringing down several chairs. The clatter and yelling. Cora ran up the stairs to make sure he was okay. Before he even got to his feet, he was bellowing that the dolphins were not allowed more squid. With her hearing glasses on and his voice so loud, she heard these words clearly. She noticed that he did not say Cat was not allowed more squid, but instead, the dolphins. It was possible that he did not know that Cat was the perpetrator, that she was the only one who threw squid at the men in the house. The only time he focused on individual dolphins was when he tallied specific behaviors. For him, the dolphins might appear to be one indistinguishable streamlined body, one grinning fish-like face. Stepping out onto the veranda, Bloom listened to Tibbet's demand, then shook his head. Tibbet limped around for the rest of the day, furious. Each day, Mother was still letting go of leaves and twigs and seaweed by the exit stream, watching them roll through the water and get caught on the log wedged there against the gate. The log was no longer recognizable as a log, looking now like a large mound of debris. The mound no longer bobbed in the water so much, having become wedged in the space, bit by bit, blocking the cat. Impressed. Tibbet noticed today that the water in the lagoon was higher and walked over to the exit stream to see what was going on. He looked at the mound of debris with disgust and, rather than touch any of it with his hands, simply slid the gate up out of the cement dam, removing it from the mouth of the stream to lay it down on the ground. Released, the water gushed down the stream, sweeping the debris away in chunks. Soon just the log was left, too large to bump over the lip of the cement. Tibbet nudged the log with his foot twice, trying to get it over the lip, then reached down and picked it up and tossed it onto the ground, wiping his hand on his shorts. With the exit stream clear and the water draining, he picked the gate up and slid it back into its notched channel in the cement dam. He lowered it to the desired height and pushed it back into a notch to hold it there. Mother watched his actions closely, her head up so both her eyes voices. Even with her eyes closed, she could frequently tell which dolphin made which noise. Bernie's voice was the lowest, and he liked to issue long, vibrating raspberries from his blowhole. Mother had a tightness, a sort of quivering intensity to her voice. Cat had the greatest vocal range and could create the widest variety of sounds. By now, she could imitate the doves cooing or the metallic ringing of the phone in the house. The youngest one, Junior, tried to imitate the sounds of the other dolphins, but couldn't make the same variety of noises yet. Like any teenager, he didn't have the full vocabulary of an adult. One day, Cora bought them a toy at the market in town, a 10-inch punch ball. When she threw it in the lagoon, Junior investigated it first, clicking at it, then tentatively prodding it with his beak. While the dolphins still would not touch any food or object the men put into the lagoon, they clearly no longer considered Cora a stranger, for they would accept anything she threw in. onto the dock and rolled to a stop against one of the posts. He stared at it there, out of his reach, the solemn stillness of a child. Feeling badly for him, she fetched it and tossed it back. He jumped for it, so happy, then bopped it back to her, but it flew wide and landed on the sand of the beach. He looked at it. She fetched it. This was how they started to play catch, with the dolphin throwing the ball and the human retrieving it. The next book she borrowed was a copy of The Journal of Behavior. She chose it because the cover had a photo of a dog in a cage. She thought the featured article might be about how to train animals. Like many of the other scientific articles, she found the writing to be awkward and hard to parse. The only mention of the authors was their names under the title. The text was written as though the experiment had occurred on its own, the words assembling themselves on the page, as though nothing as imperfect as a human had ever been associated with this project. The researchers had put 2 different groups of dogs in 2 different metal cages. They wired the cages so electric shocks could be delivered through the floor. With one group, the bell went off, and a moment later the dogs were shocked no matter what they did. After enough of these trials, the dogs just lay on the floor whining. The second group of dogs could escape the shock if they pressed a lever when the bell rang. At the sound of the bell, these dogs did not lie down whining, but instead jumped to press the lever. The article concluded the first group of dogs had learned to be helpless. The animals' suffering distilled to a chart of numbers. She wondered who could possibly need the obvious spelled out this way. Tibbet saw her sitting by the lagoon reading the article, and he nodded in approval. Great research. Huge discovery. She looked at him, understanding. 18. July 26 to August 1, 1965. In the morning, the dock in the lagoon seemed to have sunk a bit, the water further up its sides. After a moment of looking around, confused, Cora realized that the water in the lagoon was backed up again. She swam over to the exit stream. The gate looked like it was lower than it had been last night when she left. She wondered if one of the men had decided to lower it, or if there'd been a big wind last night, large enough to shift the metal gate, to rock it off its notch. Mother had her head out of the water, watching her. After breakfast, Tibbet noticed and walked over to the exit stream. When he saw the position of the gate, he cocked his head and looked at it, then around at the lagoon, just like she had. He slid the gate back up 3 notches and pushed it into position, rocking it there to make sure it was firmly in the notch. Mother floated in the water, watching this. When Cora said, "Talk," all the dolphins now responded with one noise. When she said, "Talk more," most of the dolphins responded with something close to 2 sounds. Their response a little like a barbershop quartet on helium. When she said, "Talk 3 sounds," their reactions were more confused. Generally, it was just Cat who would call out 3 sounds. Cat was always the best, the show-off, repeating the rhythm, teaching the rest what was required. Her noises were rich and varied, rumbles and pops and trills, a parrot experimenting. She played, bored and innovative. Each time Cora tossed Cat a fish as a reward, she swallowed it and paused, her head cocked, to hear Cora call out her praise. Not much else to achieve in the lagoon. 2 mornings later, when Cora arrived at the lagoon, she noticed the water was higher again, almost lapping against the bottom of the dock. Because of the lagoon being backed up, The water in the chute was maybe 2 inches deeper. When she turned round to greet Cora, Cora saw her beak had a cut on it that hadn't been there yesterday. Mother turned back to the chute, studying the water flow, the water not yet deep enough. Cora watched, waiting, not telling the men. Throughout the day, the water rose ever so slowly. Bored, Junior played with the punch ball for hours, bopping it hard with his beak, then racing to get it, like a boy left in a room with nothing else to do. Like Cat with the squid, he quickly became increasingly accurate with the ball. He could knock it right into her hands. At times, he instead squeezed it in his beak so it popped out and flew high into the air. Cora found he loved playing catch so much she could use it to get him to practice vocalizing. She would hold up the ball and say, "Talk." As soon as he made a noise, as she would with a dog, she had reached out to touch him, running her fingers along his neck and down his side. She hadn't thought it would be a bad thing to do. The dolphins were constantly touching, seemed to need the contact, rubbing their bodies against each other, twining around one another, or sliding a flipper along another's side. Being social creatures, the touch must give them comfort. Since they needed to be able to sense its currents, it was possible their skin was very sensitive. In this moment, Junior had felt for the first time the touch of an articulated hand, of the soft pads of fingers running over his side, the way they could conform to the contours of skin. He froze, his gaze inward, startled. Worried that she had offended or hurt him or broken some type of social rule, she had pulled back. But he did not swim away. Instead, he hung there, his eyes motionless. Then, abruptly, he'd broken away and swum fast to the far side of the lagoon to recover from the intensity. After this, each morning when she got in the water, he zipped over to her, greeting her first thing, and wove around her like a cat until she touched his side again. Each morning for a few minutes, she'd run her fingers over his sides and back. The next morning, when Tibbet stepped out of the house, the end of the dock was under a half-inch of water. He appeared confused and looked to the left and then to the right, as though wondering if he'd somehow ended up at the wrong lagoon. The dolphins were swimming in circles by the chute. Cora wasn't sure what depth they would feel was enough, but she believed if the water rose maybe a half-inch more, they could wiggle their way up the chute like G.I. Joes with flippers. Their bellies would be scraped up, but they could reach the sea. Tibbet walked around the lagoon, staring at the water, trying to understand what had happened. The dolphins stuck their heads out, watching him. When he got flippers touching. When they rose to the surface and blew, their exhales were full and slow. The next book Cora borrowed from the bookshelves was about predators. She chose it mostly because there were photos in it, the text not quite so dense. There was a whole chapter on how predators select potential prey, searching for an animal that looked sick or weak, one that would be easy to catch and pull down. There was a photo of a cheetah on a hill studying a herd of gazelles, its yellow eyes intent. The book described how the gazelles, upon sighting the cheetah, would prong 10 feet straight up in the air, high above the level of the grass, muscular popcorn, displaying their health and impressive strength, each striving to not be the one selected. The cheetah would watch, judging minute differences, then disappear into the grass, slinking forward in the direction of the one who looked the weakest. Returning the book the next morning, she stepped into the building at a point when she knew all 3 men were inside. Opening the screen door, she saw them sitting at the table, drinking coffee and examining computer printouts. In the background, the dot matrix printer zipped back and forth, hammering at the paper, the furious buzz of modern technology. As she walked in, the book in her hand, the men turned to look at her. Something about in Bloom's gaze, intent and assessing, reminded her of the cheetah. Sliding the book into place on the shelf, she remembered Nettie, the waitress at the Tampa Club, who tended to get harassed the most by the men. Nettie walked with a slight slouch, and she startled easily. Not the best looking, but the most hesitant. The woman who looked the weakest. Standing at the bookshelf, Cora glanced over her shoulder. Was staring at her. For the first time, she wondered how he perceived her. Frequently, she was uncertain what was being said and how to respond. She would look from face to face, confused. So, she straightened her spine. The breadth and volume of sound so much more impressive and haunting. She thought the range of these noises was something the men should hear. So while the 3 of them were eating lunch on the balcony, she climbed the stairs. As she walked toward them, she worked to look tough. She imitated as best she could a man plowing through the world, someone with a sense of his own value, someone who would fight back hard if attacked. She moved with a firm step, her arms swinging, her head up. The men watched. Said, "Install a microphone." Into her mind came the memory of a cop who used to visit the Tampa Club where she'd worked. One day when he reached for his wallet, she'd spotted his shoulder holster, but she had guessed his profession long before that from his short hair and the way he strode into a room, scanning the crowd, his eyes ready for anything. He was not a large man, but he was strung tight as a bow. She'd touched him once on the shoulder to hand him his drink, and he jerked around, his face blank and cold, and very ready. The sounds get really high-pitched, then disappear. Bloom asked Tibbet, "What's their vocal range?" When the cop twisted to look at someone, his head turned as smoothly and mechanically as a tank turret. She turned to look at Bloom in the same way. Each of the men reacted differently to this change in her behavior. Bloom seemed amused, an interested smile on his face. Tibbet seemed confused. Had his eyes narrowed, his cigarette motionless in his hand. Would arrive within the week. The microphone needed a small cage to protect it from the dolphins. It would take a while for to connect it with the speakers in the house so they could hear the sounds as they were recorded. In the end, installed, it cost about the same as a used car. From then on, each time she went into the building, she would hear the clicks and squeals of the dolphins, as though the animals were caught in the building somewhere, searching for a way out. Within a day of the gate being propped up permanently, thought of Mother and her seaweed. Bernie, however, was eating even less. He lay on the bottom of the lagoon, only rising to the surface to breathe. Cora dove down to try to feed him, holding the freshest fish out to him. He'd look at her, but not open his mouth. The other dolphins dove down frequently to rub against him. 19. August 2 through 7, 1965. The net that could stretch across the lagoon. Since Cora's deal with Bloom about teaching the dolphins, each time one of the men stepped out, he held something else. The sprinkler, or a hammer, or a trestle. Afterward, the dolphins would watch for another moment, thinking whatever they were thinking, a small break in time before they returned to whatever they had been doing. When Cora had worked at the Tampa Club, the cop had stood out. Although he wasn't much taller than her, he somehow created the appearance of mass and power. It was the slow, solid way he moved, like a force that could not be deterred. And he had the blank stare of someone who had seen horrors and could respond accordingly. At the research center, she tried to keep her face blank like the cop had, her eyes still and cold. She imagined, with her haircut, she might resemble him a tiny bit. When she acted this way, it was easier for her to speak, to say what she thought. Considered her, his eyebrows knit, taking in this change. Each time one of the wives dropped by the research center, they appeared a little surprised to see Cora still there. After Cora's hair was shaved off, their surprise was increased. The first time Bloom's wife, Babs, spotted Cora and her buzz cut, her eyes blinked. Then her perky smile went up like a wall. She would not, however, let her children walk down from the veranda to the lagoon any more without her. When Tibbet's wife, Terry or Carrie, Cora was still not sure, saw her buzz cut, her head rocked back in surprise, and she laughed and said, "My God, girl, what happened to you?" After that, Terry/Carrie still came down occasionally to talk with her, but neither of the wives invited her up anymore for drinks on the veranda. When the women did talk to her, the conversation had more pauses. When she got back to her room in town at the end of each day, she tugged off her bathing suit to shower the salt from her skin. She'd catch a glimpse of herself in the mirror, naked. Her limbs so tan now in comparison to the rest of her, it looked like she was wearing a white bathing suit. "Talk," she would say, or "talk more," or "talk 3 words," and most of the dolphins would respond with the correct number of sounds. How had to lean in. At times he touched her arm or knee as they talked. Around him, she imitated the cop, but Bloom didn't seem as put off by it, more amused. Today he told her the dolphins were making great progress with vocalizing on command, but she needed to get them to do much more. He wanted them to be able to mimic any sentence a human said, its beat and pitch, to talk humanoid, as Kat had when he had tried operating on her. He said if she managed to get one of them to do that in front of the NASA funder, he would officially make her a researcher. She would be one of the first women researchers in the field. "The first what?" she asked, thinking she'd heard the term wrong. "Woman researcher," he said, watching her. Although she was currently spending the whole of each day with the dolphins, studying them and noting down what she saw, the idea of being an official researcher was something she'd never imagined. In her family, no one had a job where they studied something. And of the jobs her family had, the women had the worst ones. Part-time and seasonal, squeezed in around childcare. Waitress, berry picker, launderer, line worker. Thus, this idea of woman researcher took her a moment to grasp. Her eyes moved from left to right, putting the words together. Considering the concept, observing the dolphins for years, interacting with them, hearing their surreal sounds, she felt something jump inside her, the want in her throat. She knew this was what she was designed for. This was how she was meant to spend the rest of her life. Bloom saw this desire in her face and smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. Now he knew a second thing she wanted. And watching him, something about the phrase itself began to bother her. Woman researcher. It caught in her ear. Or the funder arrives. She said, "Not much time." He nodded. "If you fail and the guy is not impressed, then I'll have to give them other results quickly. I'll have to catch up on my brain research." Her face reacted to this threat. There was a flicker of pleasure in his expression. Bit by bit, He was finding the right rewards and punishments to make her perform. She said, "Get me a second pool so I can work with." He would not look at Cora when she spoke to him, wouldn't respond to any of her suggestions, as though he was the one who was deaf. Last week, Bloom had said no to Tibbet's request to build a wall in the lagoon, to create a separate, smaller lagoon as a second testing facility. He said Tibbet was going through his share of the research money faster than he was coming up with results, and that he needed to change that ratio. Now Bloom was buying equipment for her, for some girl who had never gone to college. Tibbet continued to regard Bloom as though she had not spoken. Bloom looked from her to Tibbet and then back. It was clear he enjoyed this position. She felt pity for his children. He said, "How about Kat?" Tibbet's mouth tightened, and he walked down to the lagoon with to get Kat. As the three men lugged Kat in the stretcher up the stairs to the pool, it became abruptly clear just how small the pool was. Kat was 10 feet long from beak to tail. They slid her in and she twisted quickly in a tight circle, but still her shoulder and flipper thumped into the far wall. Even with the pool filled to the rim, her dorsal fin stuck out in the air. It was like a human in a very small prison cell, or perhaps more like an athlete locked in a closet. Kat circled in the water, terrified, looking for any way out, searching for some way to get back to the other dolphins. The water sloshed about, spilling in sheets out of the pool, reducing the depth so she had even less room to maneuver and felt more panicked. She was making distress squeals, like terrified styrofoam. These sounds were loud enough that, even this high-pitched, Cora could hear them. Touching her fingers to the pool's side, she could also feel the vibrations. The other dolphins called back to her from the lagoon below, the volume intense. They must have their heads out of the water to be this audible. "Please go inside," Cora said. Cat began to slow, making fewer distress calls, and rubbing more purposefully with each rotation against Cora's hand. However, if one of the men stepped out of the house, Cat would bolt forward in her tight circle, frantic again, squealing. Hearing her, the other dolphins would call back. Cora stayed beside the pool, talking quietly with Cat. She left the hose in the water, the pump going. This kept the pool filled. Before dinner, she saw Cat poop. rarely alone. She was currently trapped in a small pool next to a house filled with men who, in the past, had forcibly hammered holes in her head. Cora continued to walk away, but the squeals echoed, following her up the driveway, high-pitched and terrified. Before Cora got to the road, she turned and came back to the pool. She tried twice more to sneak away when she thought Kat was sleeping, but both times Kat woke and squealed with even greater emotion. So at 10 p.m., Cora placed a lawn lounge chair beside the pool and lay down in the chair, a towel over her as a blanket. With the back of the chair propped up, she could let one hand trail in the pool. Kat lay next to her in the water, making burbling, contented noises, the side of her head bumping into Cora's fingers. The water lapped in the pool. Each time Kat blew, it was like the hot exhale of a cat who'd just eaten a very rotten fish, the mist of that breath gently raining down on Cora's face. At times, Kat clicked at Cora's hand in the water. Cora could feel the clicks against her skin and in the bones of her hand. Tiny Morse code taps of affection. She woke up at one point. Her hand in the pool had fallen asleep and her whole arm felt like a dead limb. She pulled her arm in against her, flapping her jellyfish hand around, trying to get circulation back into it. The only light was the pinpricks of stars above. There was the smell of seaweed and salt. Kat was cooing to herself and spitting water high into the air like a bored child in a bath. Cora settled her arm into her lap and fell back to sleep. At dawn, she woke, her face against the plastic straps of the lawn chair. She could tell she wouldn't be able to fall asleep again. So she got up and started the training, fetching from the outdoor fridge a bucket of cut-up butterfish, with a few squid as special treats. "Talk," said Cora. Looking out the window several times to see if she was sleeping there. So she placed an inflatable mattress in the pool and slept on it with Kat as protection. Would never dare to step into a pool with a dolphin in it, or even to reach for her across the pool. Kat seemed to like Cora being on the mattress in the water. She bumped the mattress and hummed low-pitched rumbles through the mattress. Even though she couldn't wear her hearing glasses in the pool, Cora could still feel the sound vibrate the mattress. Kat hummed and burbled, talking to Cora all night long. Cora wondered just how much dolphin activity they were missing at night. Was it possible dolphins were nocturnal? Cora half slept on her watery bed, waking frequently. She dreamed Kat was singing to her in Portuguese, and then in Greek. Unfortunately, Cora didn't speak either language, so didn't know what was being said. Bored and isolated with nothing else to do, within 2 days, her into. He considered her request, not saying yes immediately. She imagined how much Kat's eyes might hurt. She touched him on the arm, stepped in closer, and said, "Please." He ran his hand down her backbone, letting his fingers come to a rest on her hip. Giving the flesh there a light squeeze, he nodded, yes. Tibbet watched this with angry eyes and popped another Tums into his mouth. When the new pool arrived, she had it filled within 2 hours, and they moved Kat to it, then drained the other pool. The smell made the men cough as they cleaned its sides. In the new pool, Kat scrubbed every part of her body off on the clean walls. She blinked less. She rubbed against Cora and worked even harder on the lessons. In the pool, with nothing else to do, no other dolphins around, Kat connected with Cora in a way she hadn't before. Fast around the corner of the building. If they forgot, they'd get slapped in the face with a low-flying squid. Kat figured out that tended to juke to the right, so when he came out the door, she began to be able to consistently peg him in the cheek or shoulder. After a few direct hits, he started faking right and then diving left. One day, Bloom opened the screen door and automatically ducked, and a squid flew past him to knock over a lamp. The lamp broke with a loud crash. Kat peeked over the edge of the It would stop him mid-laugh. All of them listening, eyes down. Tibbet said it didn't sound like him at all. Not at all. But when he was outside, he didn't laugh as much. Each day, Kat improved at kazooing, not just in the number of sounds she could repeat, but also in the emphasis. So Cora began to recite nursery rhymes. Stylized and exaggerated in beat and tone, the rhymes were easy for Kat to hear, easier for Cora to recognize when Kat had imitated her well. Cora would say, "Mary had a little lamb, little lamb, little lamb." Kat would answer, "Ah, e, ah, e, ah, e, ah." Standing above Kat in the wading pool, Cora could lay her fingers on the skin around the blowhole to ensure she was counting Kat. sessions between Kat and Cora, then printed out the oscillographic tracings so he could tally the results. He circled and counted the different components that Bloom had discerned and created terms for: sonic bursts, stimulus trains, and matched responses. Bloom loved to invent terminology. They used other vocabulary, too, that Cora tried to memorize: vocal stimuli, phonemes, waveforms, reinforcers, and schwas. Even when Cora wasn't giving Kat lessons in talking, Kat at times continued to burble to herself. Bored and all alone, she played with the interesting new sounds. When she vocalized underwater, the noises echoed through the sides of the pool. Cora lay on the deck chair nearby, listening, her eyes closed. Out of the pool, she could put on her hearing glasses. Muffled through plastic and slightly distorted, it was still obvious that the noises each day became increasingly human. The beat and inflection. The voice of a toddler babbling nonsense to itself, mastering some language made of mostly vowels. Hawaiian, perhaps, or Finnish. A sense of umlauts. The sounds emerging from underwater. When Cora stepped inside the building to get a new book, she could see 2 speakers set up, one on either side of the main room. Kat's babbling came from the left speaker. From the right came the squeals and clicks of the dolphins in the lagoon. The 2 sets of noises so different. In the middle of the room sat Tibbet, his head cocked like a dog that had heard a whistle in the distance, listening with all his attention. He tallied the differences between the sounds again and again. No matter how he counted them, it was clear something dramatic was happening. He would glance at her, his gaze so very cold, unable to understand how she could be involved with this work. In the wading pool, she was close He tried to cover it up by stretching his face in a smile. She replied she was tired, no thanks. Looking at his expression, she remembered the learned helplessness experiment. Clearly, it was not applicable to some men. Instead, was getting angry. Kat loved being gently scratched. At a certain point in the day, she would no longer work for food or squid, or even to play catch with the ball. The only thing she'd work for was the treat of fingernails lightly running over her skin. If Cora touched her this way, moving her fingernails over Kat's skin, she would freeze, her gaze internal, her mouth slightly ajar. For as long as the rubbing continued, she would not breathe, even if her blowhole was already at the surface. She'd just float there, holding her breath, feeling the miraculous sensation of fingers. Every day she learned so quickly, nothing else to do. When Cora walked away to go to the bathroom, back from all those razor-sharp teeth. She knew that Kat meant no harm, but she would not place her hands anywhere near her mouth. Kat would stretch her head forward, reaching and reaching, but Cora would back away. 21. August 16, 1965. The NASA official arrived at the research center. The men ushered him outside, clustered around him, eager and obsequious. She didn't know what they'd told him prior to this moment. He blinked at the sight of Cora, wearing her bathing suit and hearing glasses, with her deviant haircut, standing in the wading pool with a dolphin. Nervous, she told Cat to talk, then, without any introduction, began to recite Baa Black Sheep. Cat kazooed along, a fraction of a second behind. The official looked back and forth from Cora to the dolphin. She watched him gradually comprehend what he was seeing. Cora recited Itsy Bitsy Spider. In response, they had taught it to perform the action on command. The official was a linguistics professor who had been hired by NASA. His specialty was in heuristics. He'd never seen anything like this. His forehead was furrowed. He didn't know how to react. His first questions were about Cora. Who's the woman? Why is she here? It seemed possible he found a woman involved with science more remarkable than a dolphin mimicking English. The whole time he was here, she did not say one word directly to him. Bloom answered. Women plant the germ of language in all of us. They teach children how to speak. They are specialized for the work. The official grunted at this explanation and returned his attention to the dolphin. After a moment, he ventured, Parrots are better at this. Parrots? Bloom blew air out his mouth dismissively. Tiny little bird brains. Raw memorization. Years of repeated exposure. This dolphin has only heard English for 3 weeks. It's mimicking a novel pattern, the beat and pitch. This takes intelligence. The official considered this. Bloom asked him, What are your 3 favorite bands? My favorite bands? Yes. The Drifters? The Coasters? What are they? What does that have to do with anything? Trust me. Well, the Drifters are great, and the Everly Brothers. Lately I've been listening to a British band called the Beatles. Cora nodded and said to Cat, Talk. The Drifters are great, and the Everly Brothers. Lately he's been listening to a British band called the Beatle. Cat kazooed the rhythm, imitating the vowels. Jesus, the official said. Bloom unrolled a printout of an oscillographic recording he'd brought along, pointing out the similarities in the timing and sounds between Cat and Cora. He circled the sonic bursts, discussing them in terms of frequency spectrums and pulsing rates, multivariate analysis and statistical significance. At times like this, when the attention of others was on him, Bloom seemed to grow larger. He took the stage, confident and gesturing, his voice booming. Cora watched the official listening, his eyes bigger and bigger. Near the end of his explanation, Bloom began to slow down, emphasizing each word. Imagine returning a year from now. Bloom did not have a problem with pauses. By then, will they be able to converse? To truly speak? Bloom ruminated. They have a brain bigger than ours. He let his eyes drift toward the horizon. Last night I woke up, maybe 2 a.m. A thought pulled me from sleep. He said, What would be the first question I would ask them? He whispered, Imagine all we can learn. Jesus, the official said, again and again. When Bloom returned from taking the official to lunch and then dropping him at the airport, he was a little drunk, smelling of cigars and alcohol. He strutted around, his chest out, a banty rooster. A year of funding, he said, pumping his fists in the air. The men picked Cat up in the canvas stretcher and lugged her back to the lagoon. She slid off the stretcher, diving into the water, so eager. The dolphins reunited, rushed, and rolled around the lagoon, jumping in unison, filled with joy. Cora stood by the lagoon watching, the ball of worry in her chest loosening. Then Bloom told the men to get the net. Cora turned, dumbfounded. "What?" Bloom said. "I'm on a deadline here." "What?" He said, "Grant requirements from last year. 15 more cranial explorations." She said, "You can't do that." The other men turned to watch her reaction. They had known this was coming. She saw their satisfaction. She sat down hard on the ground, her legs weak. The big male dolphin, Bernie, tried to scare the net, to scare the men, slapping his tail and snapping his teeth. But the men ignored him as they stretched the net across the lagoon and began to pull it toward the dolphins. Cat stuck her head out of the water, imitating Tibbet's ack laugh. Tibbet looked at Cat, fury in his eyes, and tugged the net through the water faster. Within minutes, Tibbet and had dragged the 4 dolphins out of the water onto the beach. The men shoved Cat and Mother back in the water. Bernie was still snapping his teeth and thrashing his tail, so they just left him there, beached. Instead, they stepped over to Junior, carrying the canvas stretcher. This was when Junior understood. He looked at Cora, his eyes wide. The men hefted him onto the stretcher and lugged him up the stairs. The whole way, Junior stared straight at Cora, squealing. They eased him into the house, and he disappeared. Mother was jumping high in the lagoon, screaming. Bernie remained on the beach, only half submerged, breathing heavy and sad. The skin on his back drying in the sun, gravity pushing on his lungs. Gritted her teeth and used her legs. He shifted his weight and twisted, trying to help, sliding slightly in the mud, her cheek against his baby-smooth skin. She grunted and shoved harder with her legs, using every muscle she had. He wiggled, and together they slid him back down the slope and into the water. Returning to the lagoon, Bernie shot through the water, throwing himself high into the air with Mother, again and again, 6 feet high, 7, 8 feet high, jumping in hopes of spotting Junior. Meanwhile, the hammering had started. Cora ran up the veranda stairs. Her breath echoed in her ears, slammed open the porch door. Inside the room, she realized her vision had floated up out of her body so she could somehow see the back of her own head, the swirl of shaved hair. Junior lay in the narrow glass tank, straps holding him still. Bloom was holding a nail against Junior's head, the hammer held high. He looked at her, satisfaction in his eyes. He was showing her who was boss. She heard herself speak in the cop's voice. Using his voice, she had no brakes. "If you continue this operation, I will leave." He blinked. She watched her body from above. It made no gestures to soften her statement, but stood still and straight. "They won't accept food from you. They'll starve. They'll die," she said. "You can The Dolphin and I will live there together." His eyes were bright now. He loved this. Still, he did not say yes. She needed something more to make him agree. One last detail. Words. He loved jargon, loved to make words up. Humanoid, stimulus train. Her mouth said, "The question is what to call the space where the Dolphin and I would live. It would be a home that was all." Decision issue from our lips, and having no idea how we arrived at that choice, we ascribe a plausible motive, one that illustrates the person we wish we were. The facts. Kat had shown by far the greatest capacity, learned the fastest, was the most verbal, potentially a genius at this. She was the one most likely to succeed, to be able to speak. The facts. Junior was the youngest, the closest to a baby. He was the one currently lying on her mouth added, "Build me that homarium. I'll live with him day and night, teaching him until he can speak English." Bloom asked, "Where?" Looking outside, the first thing she saw was the stone floor of the veranda, 3 steps down from the house. Made of flagstone and cement, the stone floor of the veranda ran along the whole side of the house, 50 feet long. She said, "The veranda. We will build walls around it and flood it and put a roof on top." They all turned to look at the veranda, mouths open. She said, "Think of the progress I've made in just a few days. Think of all I will manage within a year." A smile appeared on Bloom's mouth. She said, "You will be famous." The smile widened. She said, "But you have to stop harming him. No more operations." There was a pause. They all listened to it, waiting for Bloom. He said, "Yes, you do this, and I'll stop operating on these dolphins." "The dolphins?" she repeated, understanding he meant only the 4 here. She was sliding back into her body, disoriented and slightly nauseous. He nodded. There was a whole ocean of other dolphins out there that he could capture and experiment on. Still, these 4 were the ones she cared about. In this moment, she would settle for saving them. "Yes," she said. He put the hammer down. "What?" said Tibbet. "Whoa, you kidding me? We're going to have to drop everything to build that thing. We don't know if it will work." Bloom smiled. "Jim, sometimes you gotta gamble. You gotta have balls." Bloom grabbed the front of his pants, and with his hand there, flicked his eyes at her. Junior was returned to the lagoon, and she sat down to sketch out the homarium's plans. 22. August 17 through 30, 1965. Cora had never done well at school or work. Since she was 8 years old, people did not tend to listen to her. Instead, they talked at her in a loud voice using small words. Here at the research center, it was different. Her observations and thoughts were taken seriously. When she talked now, Bloom listened, tilting his head. The Harvard professor. Tibbet and watched him listen, and they narrowed their eyes. She was surprised by the depth of their hunger for this. Bloom hired several men from town to do the digging and construction of the homarium. The islanders dug a pit off the end of the veranda to create a deeper part of the pool for Junior. The dirt from the pit they heaped up into a bed, a chair and a desk, a propane camp stove, a wood shelf that served as both counter and pantry. Off in the corner was the shower, its opaque dandelion shower curtain trailing in the water, crinkling in the current any time anyone walked by it. All in all, the room resembled some sort of modern art installation, the furnishings of a home hanging in the air above a reflecting pool. When the wind blew, the furniture swayed, the chains clinking. Up the stairs of the shallow end was a door to a dry room with the fridge, sink, and toilet. The other end was a wall made of sliding glass doors. The sliding doors ended at the level of the water, so Junior could swim underneath at any time to reach the deep end of the pool. She designed this space for herself and Junior, thinking the details through. She told the islanders to redo the work whenever it wasn't right. When she gave the men directions, they obeyed only once Bloom had agreed. He agreed each time, and so they did what she wanted. She felt high with this power. Busy with the building, designing it, buying the materials, directing the construction, she spent less time with the dolphins. During those weeks while the homarium was built, Tibbet was ready to move from observation to his first active experiment. Having tallied a variety of different behaviors by which the dolphins might communicate, such as touch, sound, and body position, he now wanted to test if there was any communication. Starting with the simple. For the first day, she prompted them by blowing a whistle and holding up one of the matching shapes. She threw a fish to any dolphin who then swam closer to the dock. Within a few days, she could blow a whistle and hold up a shape, and they would all swim to the dock. Next, she began to reward them only if they touched the dock. Then only if they touched one of the shapes stapled to the end of the dock. Finally, she only rewarded them if they tapped the shape that matched the question shape she held. The different steps of this took time because she kept getting called away to check on different details of the homarium's construction. By the second week, Tibbet got frustrated with the slow pace. He tried to train the dolphins himself. Standing on the dock, he would blow a whistle to get their attention and hold up one of the shapes. From the half-constructed homarium, Cora could glance down to see what was happening. The dolphins stuck their heads out of the water and examined Tibbet. They were close to the dock, but He acted as though they ought to cooperate, like dogs or robots. He shook the striped triangle now, impatient, and they just stared at him. For him, they would not perform. After a while, he gave up, and Cora was the one who continued to train them. Bloom's isolation tank, the bathtub with the lid lying on the lawn, was ready to use. The idea was for him to float in the tank in the dark, nothing but warm water touching his body, the lack of physical sensation letting him explore the dimensions of his mind. However, the first time he tried lying down in the tank to keep his face above water, he had to paddle with his hands. Working like this to keep his head high enough to breathe meant his heels gradually sank until they rested on the bottom. This combination of half swimming and his feet touching the bottom of the tank didn't allow for the meditative state he wanted. So he connected a hose and air pump to one of his children's oversized punch balloons. Calm, apparently breathing. The balloon was red and utterly opaque. Bloom looked like he was wearing a hastily made Halloween costume. A pencil with a bright red eraser? The main character from The Red Balloon? Unable to see, he waved his hands around until he bumped into the tank. He climbed over the side and lay down in the water, his big balloon face on a skinny body. Within seconds, he sat up and yanked the balloon off, water pouring out. After catching his breath, he tried again, rolling it back on and, this time, tying a string around his neck to reduce the water infiltration. A nice additional touch for the red balloon costume. After a few minutes of fiddling and experimentation, Bloom announced, muffled from the inside of the balloon, that he thought this would work. He could always thump on the sides of the tank for help if he needed it. He lay down in the water. All three of them paused, unwilling to close the top of the tank. Tibbet and had their faces slightly averted, as though this pained them. It was apparent how different Bloom was from them. He floated on his side in the warm water, fetal position, a baby with a swollen rubber head. He seemed relaxed, his limbs loose, his rib cage of a plucked chicken, the bag of air around his head, the hissing of the hose. In this moment, both his strength and fragility were vividly displayed. His body, like his nodded to Tibbet that she was ready. He stood on the dock, above the shape stapled to the end of it, the other dolphins watching him. This time, when he blew the whistle, he did not hold up any shape. Instead, Cora, inside the pen, her back to the others so they could not see, showed the black circle to Junior. Junior, in the pen, could not get to the dock to tap the matching black circle. The other dolphins by the dock could not see the black circle to know which shape to tap. The point of the research was to find out if the dolphin in the pen could somehow communicate the correct answer to the dolphins across the lagoon. Mother, Bernie, and Cat bobbed there, confused, waiting for Tibbet to show them a shape. After a minute, Tibbet recorded the result, then blew the whistle to signal a new attempt, and Cora showed Junior a different shape. If the dolphins could communicate, it would take them a while to figure out what it was the humans wanted. Tibbet planned to run this experiment every day for 3 months, so they would have time to figure it out. This way, he could amass enough proof. The first day they tried for half an hour, at times switching out which dolphin was in the pen. Still, none of the dolphins seemed to understand yet. As usual, Cat was the one to try the hardest. She tried answering by tapping an answer shape at random in hopes of getting a reward. Whenever she tapped one of the wrong shapes, Cora could see Tibbet's cheeks puff out as he coughed air from his mouth. Wanted. Again, they managed to answer correctly about a third of the time. On the third morning, Tibbet began to scoff at their ability. At this point, Bernie was the one in the pen with Cora. She was holding out the white square for him to see. Tibbet and Cora were waiting for the other dolphins to tap a shape, to see if it would be the matching white square. Tibbet was 40 feet away, standing on the dock, and the wind was blowing. Whatever he was saying, she could hear only occasional words. Never, and can't, and animal. Still, the intent of his words was clear. He didn't seem upset at the possible failure of his experiment. There was instead a certain exhilaration in his voice. In this moment, she understood his secret intention: to prove methodically and with numbers that dolphins could not communicate, that despite the physical size of their brains, they were not all that smart. He wanted to prove Bloom wrong. The dolphins bobbed in the water, listening. Bloom picked Leary up at the airport and brought him back. Leary was a handsome man, rugged jaw, solid body. Wearing a suit, he could have played the part of any executive of a large corporation. However, instead, he dressed as though he were a Mexican peasant. An embroidered shirt, loose white pants, and a necklace of large wooden beads. This was clothing different from what Cora had seen any adult male ever wear. Introduced to Cora, he took her hand. He did not look at her while he did so. It was possible he forgot he was holding her hand, for he did not let go of it the whole time he spoke with her. He said, "You're young." He spoke with his eyes still and averted. He acted like he wasn't standing next to her, but instead was talking on the phone. Perhaps the call was long distance, since there were long pauses between his words. He added, "Smart." She didn't know if he was saying that she was smart, or prisons. You don't want to explore anymore. You want control. He let go of her hand, looking straight at her. That word control hanging in the air. In the bright sun like this, she could see a slight tracing of wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. She had no idea how old he was. She stepped back. The men went inside. At times she heard the bark of laughter or the clatter of glasses. She could smell cigarettes. After dinner, Bloom and Leary walked down to the lagoon. They were laughing and laughing. She wasn't sure at what. Once they got close, she saw their eyes looked different. The pupils big, a bottomless black. Cora watched them, worried. Leary began to wade into the lagoon, holding out his hands and talking to the dolphins. He called them his spirit guides. Bloom stopped laughing and said, banking her knees high. Still, Junior was able to swim more easily, without rubbing against the concrete with every movement of his tail. He appeared so happy with this extra inch of water. He shot through the water round and round, and then came back to rub against her. His teacher, his fellow prisoner, his prison guard. On the 8th day in the homarium, Cora found what looked like several kernels of black rice on the stove. She was moving her hand toward the rice, about to sweep it off into the water, when she understood feces, and jerked her hand back. The rats on the island were fast-moving and feral. At the restaurant she'd worked at, they left droppings in the cupboards and on the counters. After closing, she occasionally glimpsed the creatures moving along the rafters of the building. Their bodies undulated as they ran, furry water or snakes with feet. The question was, how could a rat reach the stove, which hung in the air 2 feet above the water? She figured it out by process of elimination. From the rafters. That day, she rigged an aluminum pie plate as a collar around each chain. She placed the pie plate halfway down. She hoped the rats wouldn't be able to climb around these wide metal barriers. When the men went to bed, they shut off the lights. Sometimes they forgot to give her warning. She would be in the middle of the pool, and there would be a loud clunk that left her in darkness. She'd have to find her way to bed by feel. She started getting rashes where the edges of the wet bathing suit chafed against the edges of her crotch. She tried putting ointment on the area, but it got washed off quickly in the water. She experimented with different types of clothing. A short dress got soaked from the water, and underneath, the underwear sagged and chafed worse than the bathing suit. A leotard with its snaps in the crotch irritated the rash also. So in the end, she began wearing a bikini top and bike shorts. The men considered each of these outfits with appreciation. They sat inside the living room by the windows, eating meals or working while they watched, listening to the sounds she and Junior made, broadcast from the speakers. It was rare that they stepped into the homarium to talk to her, and when they did, she couldn't hear much of what they said unless she got out of the water to put on her glasses. So she was left alone, primarily in silence, talking at a dolphin, her voice echoing in her head. Few other noises were loud enough to penetrate her hearing. Luckily, Junior naturally tended to be loud, or maybe he'd figured out that she needed the volume. She would say, "Talk. A, B, C, D." Since that first Sunday she'd spent in town, Junior worked much harder at the lessons. He would repeat back the letters as best he could. He managed to replicate the timing and emphasis better than the exact sounds. A, E, E, E. She tried nursery rhymes and simple phrases, using a sing-song voice the way you would with a baby. Talk. Mary had a little lamb. Little lamb. Little lamb. Junior would answer with something close to the right beat, but the sounds that came out were very different from her words. At times, the noises could have come from different instruments in an orchestra pit. A squeal, a blat, a whistle. She would repeat the words, exaggerating the vowels and pitch. "No, Junior, try again. Humanoid this time, okay? Listen. Talk. Mary. Mary." When she slowed down the words this way, it seemed Junior's response was slightly more likely to include the vowels she'd used, the A, the E, although not necessarily in the right order, and the humanoid sounds were interspersed with clicks and squawks. She might, however, just be wishing the vowels were similar. She knew Tibbet was recording these lessons She learned about the men through these books, about their words and values and thinking. She started with books on language acquisition, learning how hard it was. Language was a complex code transmitted at high speed. A word was a sound chunk. In English, there were hundreds of thousands of different sound chunks that could be used in different orders in any sentence. Some of these chunks sounded identical, but meant different things. Others sounded different, but meant the same thing. And then there were all those prefixes and suffixes and irregular conjugations. Without ever having experienced language, a baby had to first figure out these audio waves were some type of communication, and then become a cryptanalyst, systematically breaking each sentence down, parsing it into chunks, and guessing at the meaning of each. The only way to learn it all was through deduction and raw memorization. After reading about language for a while, it seemed surprising to Cora that any child could figure it out. So she decided to help Junior break this code by teaching him a few specific nouns and adjectives. She had Bloom buy a child's set of large, three-dimensional plastic shapes: squares, circles, and triangles in different colors. The first time she presented them to Junior, she held out 3 triangles, a red, yellow, and blue one, while she said, "Talk. Triangle. Triangle." Junior cocked his head and examined her and the triangles, gurgling dolphin sounds and occasional vowels out of his blowhole. It was possible that, with his senses, he could perceive very different qualities than the shape. He could be seeing the minute differences in the contours or inner seams, or in how the sound bounced inside. After 10 presentations of the triangles, stating the name each time, she repeated the process with the squares and then the circles. She spoke each word as clearly as she could, exactly. The chapter was based on 8 skulls in the Berlin Natural History Museum. There was a footnote mentioning that these specimens had come from 2 families who'd been persuaded to travel to Germany in the 1800s, where they had been exhibited in the Berlin Zoo for a few months before dying from smallpox, no one having remembered to vaccinate them. The footnote stated the paucity of the sample size, just 8 skulls, was somewhat compensated for by the samples covering the gamut of development from a 50-year-old to a 10-month-old. She stared at that footnote for a long time, absorbing it. With each book, she felt the words on the page were like following the path of some never-before-seen creature through the woods. For clues, she had some broken twigs and the footprints, maybe some scat. From these details, she had to imagine the animal that had made them, what kind of gait it had and how far it could see, what gave it sustenance and what frightened it, what destination the creature was aiming for, and why. She was the only nearby female close to his weight. Some days his desire seemed to get worse. On those days, any time she stood still, he would try to wrap his leg around her knee. Even after she shook him off, his hips would continue to work wistfully back and forth, as though not yet willing to believe she had pushed him away. Thus, she wasn't that surprised when one afternoon, during a language lesson, Junior tried to rub against the back of her leg. After all, he'd humped nearly every object in the homarium: the inflatable raft, the ball, the base of the bed, the stairs of the pool. At the point he did this, she was standing by the stove making breakfast. He rotated sideways to angle his lower belly against the back of her calf. With his first thrust, her knee gave way and she fell over, luckily missing the edge of the stove. Struggling to stand up in the water, she saw his erection and understood. From then on, each time she saw him about to try this, she'd jab at his side with the broom's bristles. He moved so much faster than she did that generally by the time she had raised the broom a few inches, he had scooted 10 feet away. He continued, however, to watch her, clearly plotting his next attempt. She was the only other living being in the pool with him, and her calf was the easiest part of her to access. It was difficult in the homarium. She slept each night on a wet roll of foam. Her salty skin was itchy all the time. She took showers in the pre-dawn, pulling the shower curtain tightly shut while Junior wove around her legs, watching everything she did. She rinsed the dirty outfit in the shower, and when she and the clothes were clean, she turned off the water, dried herself as best she could, and pulled on a clean pair of bike shorts and a bikini top. Yesterday's outfit she spread on the cement beside the pool to dry. At the research center she had transformed, was now the color of cafe au lait, wet all day and nearly bald. She had become like Junior, smooth curves and practical muscle. She felt sexless, exhausted and not completely human. Junior as a large underwater Labrador retriever, a puppy who got in the way and nipped at her heels, but was still her loyal companion. He slept when she slept, floating beside her in the water, sucking on her foot. He woke when she woke. He went where she went, his side against hers. And, like a dog, he studied her emotions with his large brown eyes. One night in bed, feeling tired and overwhelmed and so alone, perhaps a bit premenstrual, she put an arm over her eyes and cried, her breath catching. Her breath came out unevenly, her ribs shuddering. Junior, asleep with his head under the water, somehow sensed this and awoke. He let go of her toe and pulled back a bit. From the corner of her eye, she could see him focusing on her. She looked over. His blowhole was winking open and closed repeatedly. Worried, she leaned over to place her fingers on his blowhole to feel what was going on. Breathy exhales. Huh. Huh. Surprised, she looked him in the eye. Creatures designed for living underwater, dolphins would never express sadness through breathing. Yet here was Junior, imitating her sounds with an urgency in his breath. Huh. How do you read the emotion of an animal with a fixed grin? He dipped his face in and out of the water, making the sounds, an uneven inhaling and exhaling, a pained, wet huffing. Ha, ha. Watching him, she forgot to cry. He took one of her toes very gently in his mouth and sucked on it, a comforting touch. They were here together. Each day she stepped out of the homarium onto the lawn to report her progress to Bloom. These days he wore his shirts unbuttoned. Before he left, Leary had given him a wood bead necklace, as well as a bottle of pills. The pills, he said, were for research, and the one time she saw them, she was surprised at how tiny they were. How could taking those tiny pills make him act so differently? Bloom wore the necklace every day, the beads clinking on his skinny chest. He tended to stand closer to Cora than before, and while they talked, he would touch her at times, on the shoulder, the waist, or hip. If she shifted back, he'd look surprised. He said, "You're uptight. Get with the times." His language had changed. At times he used words like downer or fab or bummer. She'd adjust the position of her glasses, trying to hear better. "Biology," he said, patting her hip. "We're all just animals." She thought of Bernie. He used to treat the female dolphins the same way, touching and tapping, sonaring and bumping, seeing how far he could get. One afternoon, Bloom stepped from the living room into the homarium, laughing so hard he bowed over with the power of it, wiping his sleeve across his eyes. She asked what he was laughing about, but in the pool without her glasses, she couldn't hear his response. Wasn't sure with his face pointed down like that if he made one. He took a step closer to her, looked and stopped his laugh with something close to a click. He was staring at her now as though he'd never seen her before, as though he'd never seen a human being before. His eyes were open wide and very dark, all pupils. The pills. After a long moment, he turned and lurched out the side door. In his hand, he carried the gasketed handmade diving balloon. He was heading for the isolation tank. Behind him, in the window, Tibbet and stood watching as he connected the hose, turned on the air pump, rolled the balloon down over his face, and clambered into the tank. The next afternoon, Tibbet lugged a 25-pound bag of salt across the lawn to the isolation tank. Cora waited to the end of the pool to watch him pour the whole bag into the tank and stir until it was absorbed. He was making it salty like the Dead Sea, so Bloom could float in the water without a breathing apparatus. She thought probably this was Tibbet's idea. If Bloom drowned, the research center would close. She talked to Junior like a mother, emphasizing the rise and fall of her voice, talking in a high pitch closer to his. Baby talk, vacuuming up his poo, putting away his toys, watching how much he ate and slept, making sure he was healthy, teaching him colors and shapes and the alphabet. She worked and worked, striving to get him to talk, knowing that progress was all that would keep him and Mother and Cat safe from Bloom, that would let her stay here with them, protecting them. Each morning she went down to the lagoon to feed Mother and Cat and to help Tibbet test Mother and Cat's ability to communicate about the matching shapes. Each morning she was relieved to see no new surgical incisions on their heads. Both of them looked healthy and strong. And each time Tibbet walked into the water up to his waist, they would click at his gut and be gentle with him. Both Junior and she were trapped together the rest of the day, every day, struggling through the water that was too high for her and too low for him. No one else here but the other, their tempers fraying. And Junior would thump against her, wanting to play or trying to hump the back of her leg, rough in the way of dolphins. He was a teenager, so much stronger and faster than her, weighing almost 3 times more. She was bruised and scratched up. She jabbed at him with the broom's bristles when he was too rough. He would jerk away, not liking the feel of the bristles on his skin. One morning, maybe 6 a.m., she was just getting out of bed and walking toward the shower when but a spreading pain deep in the muscle. The bruise bloomed that day, over 6 inches wide. Later, during the process of healing, the colors shifted through a fleshy sunset of surprising shades before fading. The rest of the day he followed her, attentive and careful, never pushing or shoving, just watching her, worried. She knew the attack was her fault. The two of them limping around the pool, tired and hurt. Junior, who had been sleeping, jerked up and followed her pointing finger. He was capable now of comprehending this human gesture. He swam over to the rat, but didn't swallow it in one bite as he would a fish. Instead, he circled it, investigating. His presence panicked the rat. It twisted away from him, its tail turning like a rudder. She didn't know how long it had been swimming, but its head was low in the water. The cement walls of the pool must be too high for it to scramble out. Each time Junior got close, the rising to the surface to breathe only when he had to. He wouldn't interact with Cora at all. Junior disliked it when any of the men entered the homarium. He would bark and blat and squeal and spit and slap water around with his tail. The man, unable to communicate with her and getting soaked, would soon leave. The men said he was a jealous baby wanting his mama's attention. One day she noticed that after Bloom left, fleeing all the noise and splashing, Junior swam a lap around the pool, flashy and proud. The instant shift from temper tantrum to pride made her suspicious. So the next day she watched closely when Tibbet came into the homarium to inspect the microphones. While Tibbet climbed the ladder to the microphones, Junior blew raspberries and shrieked and splashed him with water. He was performing the Dolphin version of pounding his fists on the ground and screaming. However, the moment Tibbet stepped out of the homarium, Junior's fit just stopped. Each day, the bond between them grew. In the homarium, she hardly ever wore the hearing glasses. Mostly the only voice she heard was her own, echoing inside her skull. Her brain began to crave words again. One night, was washing the dinner plates in the kitchen. She could see him through the open window, scrubbing and putting the plates on the sideboard to dry. The sound she should have heard was the clatter of dishes. Instead, she heard a woman's voice. The voice was young and very angry. It spoke in her ear. Slit, slit, slit. She could hear the woman's tongue tap the wet roof of the mouth, blocking sound, then releasing it in a burst of air, making the tea. The clarity of the sound was always what betrayed her auditory hallucinations, the quality so much better than her actual ears could discern. She didn't have to look around to know there was no woman nearby. Anytime she was out of the pool, she put on the hearing glasses. On Sundays, when she went into town, she listened hard to every conversation she could, trying to fill her brain with words. She was glad Tibbet had the tape recorder on all the time, taping the sounds in the homarium. This way, she did not have to rely solely on her own perceptions. That afternoon, she put on the hearing glasses and stepped into the main room of the research center to report to Bloom her day's progress. His wife had left the day before with the kids, to visit her parents for 2 weeks in Connecticut. Cora stood a few feet back from him. Although it must be said, as a fisherman, he was also the one most in the sun. She remembered how he would grab each netted fish, his fingers slipping inside the tender gills to pinch the head still, the fish gasping at the foreign air, its eyes bulging. Then he'd jab the knife into the belly and twist the blade upward, disemboweling the creature in one fast motion. He'd repeat this with fish after fish, with all the emotion with which one turned off the faucet. At Bloom's statement, she snorted out a sound that could have been a laugh, then gripped the bridge of her nose, her eyes closed, waiting until the feeling passed. She thought, if anything, the ability came from her gender and lack of hearing. Like a mouse in a field of grass, she had to pay attention to survive. Junior seemed to sense her urgency with the language lessons. He concentrated on making human noises now, even practicing during the quiet times while she read. He'd float at the surface, experimenting with sound. Perhaps self-conscious, he practiced at the far end of the homarium from her. If she looked at him directly, he would stop. So she'd sit on the side of the pool with whatever book she was reading, wearing her hearing glasses, listening. He babbled vowels. Ah, aha, like a toddler. She kept her head down, staring at the book, only glancing at him occasionally from the edge of her eyes. After each language lesson with Junior, she rubbed his back to say thank you. She told him she loved him. She had begun to use that word a lot with him. After all, it was the word a mother would use. While she rubbed his back, his focus moved inward and he got very still. After a few minutes, he would swim away suddenly to the far end of the pool to recover. Each time she looked at him, she felt warmth. He was her Labrador puppy, her companion, her friend. One early morning before dawn, after using the toilet, she stepped out of the dry room back into the homarium, and an arm reached out and grabbed her. Had been hiding, pressed against the wall. He yanked her to his chest and began to drag her back into the dry room. She caught a glimpse of the living room windows. Empty, the other men not yet awake. Was saying something muffled in her ear, the smell of cigarettes. She could hear nothing but her own labored breathing. She twisted and flailed, struggling. It made not a bit of difference. Then something flew through the air, hitting smack in the nose. The ball. Junior. Startled back, his grip loosened from surprise. She jerked forward hard, twisting free, and dove into the pool. Surfacing, she looked back. Had stepped up to the edge of the pool, but Junior was in the water in front of him. 300 pounds of sleek muscle. For a long moment, stared at her and Junior, his eyes very still. All emotion was gone from his face. His easy grin, his tennis player squint. Instead, his eyes were just empty. The hair prickled on the back of her neck. For Ez's benefit, Junior clapped his mouth open and shut, showing off his many razor-sharp teeth. Without a word, turned away, leaving the homarium. She stayed in the water. She rubbed Junior's back and with the other dolphins, staying close to Tibbet the whole time, or to walk into town on her day off. That Sunday, she wandered through town wearing a clean dress. She had lived in the pool with Junior for 1 month, a gray dolphin, a blue pool. In town, she found herself staring at all the different colors. The shocking orange of flowering bougainvillea, a store display of bright limes, a stucco house painted fuchsia. Staring at the house, for a moment she imagined herself living there. The ground floor flooded with water, the deep end of the pool out back for Junior. Here, there would be no more need for Bloom or the others. Scientists would travel from far and wide to visit, amazed at the dolphin speaking and the woman doing research. The work so extraordinary, no one could deny it. Perhaps Mother and Cat were here, too, but she wasn't sure. Even in her imagination, the details were a little vague. So instead she focused on the town's dry street. his way across the ground, upright and clothed, gravity's captive. He smiled at her as he walked past, a bag over his shoulder, doing Sunday errands. Lost in thought? His voice did not squeak, or blat, or squeal. It took her a moment to find words. Her voice, she found, came out a little sing-song, like she was speaking a nursery rhyme to Junior. No, thank you. He slowed down. Unlike a dolphin's face, his was so strangely mobile. You okay? She nodded. He asked, How often do you get out? Again, speech took her a moment. Out? Out of the research center. Out of that pool. Oh, once a week? He was walking now at her pace, studying her. There was a furrow between his eyes, his head tilted. He asked more questions. How long had she been living with the Dolphin? Had the men talked her into it? She answered each question after a short processing delay, using few words. His eyes were not brown like a dolphin's, but green. He kept making her talk. Had she been born on the island? Had she always worked with dolphins? He clearly remembered about her hearing since he asked each question slowly, his face turned to her. He waited until she answered. He told her she looked like she'd lost weight, and he brought her to a nearby cafe for sandwiches, making sure she ate every bite. By the time he walked her back to the research center, her answers were coming to her more easily. As they approached the homarium, he said each week she needed to have a conversation with a human about something other than dolphins and research. Humans needed conversation. They needed to be around other humans. He stated this in a quiet voice. He asked her if there was anyone she knew on the island she could talk with. She shook her head. He said then he'd meet her for lunch next Sunday at noon at that same cafe. A few feet from the pool, he waved goodbye and left. Junior was in the deep end. Kicking his tail, he rose in the water, standing up to watch the vet walk away. 29. Homarium, Week 5. Each day while she read, Junior would swim away from her to the far end to practice human sounds. She sat by the edge of the pool with her hearing glasses on. She made sure not to look directly at him so he wouldn't think she was listening. He'd float at the surface, gargling vowels out his blowhole, lengthening and changing the sounds, trying to add consonants. Exhaling a long A, he'd add an almost Yiddish ch at the end of it, like an old man about to spit. Or he'd grunt out an ooh, shifting the sound into a growling rrrr. Other times he'd force a short burst of air out some glottic flap inside him to make a plosive k sound. His like lips to shape the sounds. Within 2 days, using the water, he managed to say glurt. She looked up and met his gaze. He shot into the deep end and wouldn't practice any more that day. Each morning she went down to the lagoon to feed Mother and Cat. While she was there, Tibbet would appear. He still needed her help with his research, testing their ability to communicate. He'd wade into the water with his clipboard. Mother and Cat swam in close, clicking at his slightly distended gut, examining him. Around him, They moved gently. She set up the collapsible pen on the far side of the lagoon and called one of them into it. Generally, Kat was the one who came. Cora rubbed her side to reward her. Mother stayed with Tibbet, the two of them near the end of the dock. Cora could see different geometric shapes stapled onto the dock, a few feet apart near the waterline. The white square, the black circle, the striped triangle. He blew the whistle to signal the start of what he called a trial. At the whistle, she showed Kat the black circle, her back turned so Mother could not see which shape she held. Meanwhile, Tibbet stood there, watching Mother to see which shape she tapped, to see if she would select the black circle. When she chose the wrong answer, his head rocked back and he blew air out his mouth. Over the last few weeks, Cora had studied his reaction. It felt like satisfaction. He then tallied Mother's response and blew the whistle to start a new trial. Cora selected a new shape to show Kat. Mother didn't pay much attention to Cora or Kat. Instead, she watched Tibbet, rolling her face through the water. How much of his emotion could she see? Each day she selected the correct matching shape less frequently. Each day Tibbet seemed happier with the results. He was systematically proving dolphins couldn't communicate. Inside the research center, the men would sit near the windows to watch Cora and Junior. But the windows were also how Cora could watch the men. When Tibbet's wife came by for lunch, she sat and drank with the men. Bloom's wife and children were still away on vacation visiting her parents. With her gone, it seemed as though Bloom touched Tibbet's wife on the hand and shoulder more frequently than before. Once, when Terry/Carrie was trying to reach something high up in the kitchen cabinet, and the only other person in the room was Bloom, he stepped in close and touched her hip. She startled back and stared at him. Then he reached up over her head and handed down a glass with a smile. During Cora's language lessons with Junior, she continued to use the plastic shapes, the children's toys. She would hold up 3 different shapes, a triangle, square, and circle, all of them the same navy blue, and she'd say, "Talk. Blue. Blue." He eyed her. It was possible he was wondering if the word blue described the order of the shapes, triangle, square, then circle, or the distance between them, or the expression on her face. He'd tilt his head and repeat the sound as best he could. Ew. Ew. She showed him 3 squares, one red, one blue, and one yellow, and said, "Talk. Square. Square." He'd exhale. "Ah. Ah." She'd say, "You can say it better. Talk. Square. Square. Ar. Ar." She threw a few shapes of different colors in the water and asked him to get her the blue square. He brought back a red circle, a yellow triangle, and finally a green square. The green square, she felt, was good enough, and she threw him a fish as a reward. She practiced this way with him for an hour. The one time he brought back the blue square itself, she His first shove generally knocked her leg out from under her. If she managed to catch her balance, she'd turn and jab him hard with the bristled end of the broom. This hurt his delicate skin. He'd flee to the far end of the pool and sulk there for a while. Occasionally now he opened his mouth and stretched his face toward her, squeaking. He seemed to want her to rub his gums, the same way Kat had wanted this. Perhaps their gums hurt all the time and needed massage. Or maybe dolphins commonly sonared each other's mouth as a way of showing affection, their version of a hug. Whatever the reason, Cora wouldn't do it. She would not get her hands anywhere near his sharp young teeth. Still, he opened his mouth and stretched his face toward her, whistling, yearning. Each day, Cora stepped out onto the lawn to report on her progress to Bloom. She would explain her current strategy, give stories of Junior's progress, and say what she would work on next. As well as the number of sonic bursts. He'd circled with a red pen every way in which Junior was failing to imitate her. He tried to sound objective. The second week of her living in the homarium, she had pointed out that Junior was doing better with the alphabet. He could repeat the number of sounds she made and was beginning to echo the vowels. Tibbet confirmed that Junior seemed to have memorized that set of sounds, but that accomplishment wasn't much more impressive than a dog uttering a specific howl on command. The third week, placing the spectrograms on the table, he admitted that, during the lessons, Junior was now narrowing his vocal range to be closer to that of a human. They could all see it in the spectrograms. Before the lesson started, Junior's audio tracing flew from the top to the bottom of the paper, as complex as a symphony. However, once she said talk, his voice paused and then responded in a more narrow range, closer to hers. The fourth week, Tibbet struggled with what satisfying than Tibbet's weekly summaries of her work. She read a book on animal cognition. One of the experiments caught her attention. The researcher placed different species in a cage with a mirror to see how they would respond. At the sight of their own reflection, birds and prairie dogs and almost every other species tested began a display of aggression, alarmed by the foreign intruder peering at them through the frame of the mirror. Their display did not change over time, the animals never realizing the reflection before his reaction began to lose conviction, and his squawking became confused. Gradually, he came to a stop, eyeing the mirror. He circled behind it, clicking, searching for the invader. Tense and ready to bolt, he eased in toward the mirror, from the side, to look into his own eyes. He paused there for a long moment, then tilted his head. Staring in the mirror, he rotated 180 degrees, then quickly reversed the rotation. He snapped his beak, flapped his flippers, and moved his tail from left to right, watching to see if his reflection did the same. Now he was curious. inspecting his own body, twisting this way and that to examine what he looked like from different angles: his back, his dorsal fin, his blowhole, the sides of his head. He opened his mouth wide and considered the inside of his mouth, twisting his tongue this way and that to see his teeth and the back of the throat. Afterward, she wrote up extensive notes about this, but had no proof of the kind Tibbet preferred, no tallies, no recording of any kind. So the next day, she explained to Bloom what had happened and asked him to have the men set up 2 cameras. Because the cameras couldn't go underwater, they had to film from above. She had them point one camera at where she sat on the side of the pool. The other looked down through the water to where the mirror was. And Tibbet turned the cameras on at the same moment and signaled to her. She called Junior over. With him watching, she picked up a blue marker and drew on her forehead a somewhat sloppy circle. Junior watched, interested. Then she called him closer and drew a triangle on his forehead, just above and between his eyes. He went cross-eyed for a moment, trying to see what she'd drawn on his forehead, then rolled into the water and beelined straight to the mirror so he could examine. While looking at her. Did he mean Mom? Rachel once said "uck" as a truck drove down the street, but then wouldn't repeat the word for weeks. Was the sound happenstance or communication? Ned did say "buh, buh" occasionally when he wanted the ball, but he also made that sound when he was eating cereal. The difference between babbling and language was not black and white, but a gradation. It was similar to how Rachel learned to walk, a lengthy and uninspiring process that started with an inauspicious rocking on the hands and knees. After each progression in skill, rocking backward a few inches or pulling herself up on the side of the couch to stand for a moment, she would regress for days, seeming to unlearn all she had mastered. Watching Rachel rock on all fours, her chin wet with drool, one would never imagine the height of the handspring she'd master in high school gymnastics, her body flying through the air. When Cora tried to teach Junior to speak, she had not known about this back and forth process. A new skill, then a regression. She would begin to believe he was doing better, then that progress would disappear and she would convince herself she'd been wrong. And as with any young student, there were long swaths of time when she couldn't get him to concentrate on learning. He'd want to play catch or swim upside down in the deep end while blowing strings of bubbles. Or he'd have an erection and, having already mounted the inflatable raft 8 times that day, would try stubbornly to rub it against her calf. One morning, he wouldn't stop trying. She was asking him to say fish, holding the fish in one hand and the broom in the other, ready to react with either. He would burble different noises in the air, appearing to concentrate on trying to speak, while he let his body bit by bit drift around, moving so imperceptibly she wouldn't notice, until his lower belly was beside her calf. He'd thrust, she'd stumble, and jab at his side with the broom's bristles, and he'd bolt away. Within a few minutes he'd return, acting as though he was ready to recommit himself to the lesson. For 2 hours straight, she kept working, trying to get him to speak. The back of her neck had a rash from the constant seawater and sun. It itched, and although she tried not to, she'd find herself occasionally raking it with her fingers. She said over and over again, "Talk. Fish. Fish." Last night, he'd woken her up squirting water at her face, waking her up so many times she'd lost track. The pillow had become a squishy puddle of seawater. Right now, Her head hurt from the interrupted sleep, and the sun on the water seemed very bright. She said, "Talk. Fish. Fish." He didn't nip her as often these days, but on her left ankle was a scratch that had gotten infected, the pink of the infection beginning to radiate up her leg. All she wanted was to crawl into some dry bed in a dark room to sleep. She felt like a fool asking a dolphin to speak. She said, "Talk. Fish. Fish." Still, he wouldn't concentrate on the lesson, wouldn't speak clearly, would only work to look innocent while ever so slowly letting his penis drift closer to her calf. For 2 straight hours, he persistently tried to hump the back of her leg. "Fish," she said. "Talk. Fish." At around 11 a.m., she closed her eyes and stood there, slightly swaying. She was trying to find the will to stay here in this pool, to keep living with this brainless underwater dog, to try one more time to teach him to speak. Of course, while she wasn't looking, he thrust against her leg and her eyes snapped open as she caught her balance. She didn't jab him with the broom because it didn't seem important. She knew what she was going to do next. She was going to march out of the pool. She was going to jog along the beach, somewhere far away from him and the homarium, to sleep in the sun for hours. Her hope was that with her skin dry and her headache gone, she might at some point find the strength to return. Tomorrow, maybe, or the next day. Meanwhile, it was clear the desire must have built up inside of Junior over the past few weeks, for with the second thrust, he arched his back, grunted deep in his guts, and, in the moment of his release, he spoke. He rolled his blowhole into the water to make the friction of the turbulent f, then twisted upright to let the rest of the word escape with the loud exhale of a soda can. Ish. Ish. Standing above him, she had the perfect viewpoint. This word spoken by the muscled room with her this whole time, and she'd just recognized the outline. Understood she was not alone. "Yes! Yes!" she yelled in victory. "Yes! Yes! Yes!" She danced around the pool, throwing him fish after fish and whooping in joy. And Tibbet stepped into the homarium, his eyes big. He did not enter the homarium because he had seen what Junior had done to the back of her calf. No. He stepped in to check she had not said the word fish in a high dolphin voice. The other men laughed at him when he told them, said he was imagining it, until Tibbet played the recording. 30. Homarium, weeks 6 to 8. For the next few days, she tried to get Junior to speak again. She tried and tried, but heard nothing like a recognizable word from him. Just the same single syllables that he'd uttered before. Ah and and sometimes On the 4th day, while she was reporting to Bloom, Tibbet suggested the possibility that Junior saying fish that one time was an accident. With the dolphin saying so many humanoid sounds, it was bound to happen sooner or later that those sounds would combine into an actual word, akin to a monkey slapping at a typewriter. She was mad, of course, and marched back into the water. Holding up Junior's favorite punch ball, she said, "Talk. Ball. Ball." While under the water, she let Junior use her calf again. The men standing in the office could not see. And of course, he said, all. Through the window, she and Junior watched the men each night, the living room a lit-up stage. Without her hearing glasses outside of the building, she could not hear a word they said. Undistracted in this way, she observed all that was revealed. She could tell each time Bloom took more of Leary's pills. He would stare at things and people for a long time, his eyes a little glassy, and when he laughed, he threw his head back and let the sound roll from his mouth. She saw other things. She saw the way Tibbet ate Tums all day long and rubbed his belly along the side, a little like a pregnant woman, as though it ached. She saw when no one was looking, the way Ez's eyes watched the others, his handsome tennis player face as empty as a plate. She noticed that week something had changed with Tibbet's wife. She came for dinner more frequently than normal. Her face seemed bright, almost lit from within, and she would look at anything in the room except Bloom. When she was around, he also changed, talking more than normal, his chest puffed out like a bird. One evening, when Ez was at the counter washing the dishes, Tibbet got up to pour himself a martini. While both of them were turned away, Tibbet's wife touched Bloom's hand, and they exchanged looks. She and Junior developed an agreement. Sound, then a pause, then the next. Air. She yelled in victory and threw him a fish. Then she'd ask, "Okay, come on, talk. It's a blue square. Blue. Blue." He'd keep his face in front of her while twisting his body to try to touch his lower belly to her leg. She stepped out of the way, holding up the square, waiting. The B sound for him was difficult. He'd push air out of his blowhole under pressure. Sometimes he managed a puh or buh sound. Other times it came out as more of a simple burst of air. He said, puh, ooh. "Yes, yes," she yelled in victory, gave him a fish and rubbed his side. Several times a day he'd open his mouth and stretch his face toward her, wanting her to touch the inside of his mouth. This she wouldn't do. Those sharp teeth. The more clearly Junior spoke, the more power she had with the men. With each new word he mastered, she would ask for more things for herself or the dolphins, and the men would get them for her. She asked for more squid for Cat and more tarpon for Mother. She'd bring these treats down to the lagoon and throw them to the dolphins one after another. She felt guilty for neglecting the two of them. She also asked for more toys for Junior. One of the toys the men brought back was a 3-foot-long inflatable dolphin. When she first saw that toy, she hoped Junior on the lawn reporting. The two men began to disagree about Junior's ability to pronounce sounds such as TH and T and D. Tibbet underestimated Junior's ability, while Bloom overstated it. Their voices became tense, and neither of them backed down. It seemed possible that something else was underneath the disagreement. Tibbet pushed each word out with more energy than was necessary, his face a little flushed. Bloom's chin was up, his eyes glittering. Tibbet's wife had not dropped by the research center for days. Cora attempted to interrupt with phrases like, "Excuse me," and "I've noticed." But the men talked right over her. Angry, they were beginning to make more categorical statements, both moving further from the truth. They would not let her speak. So she got mad. She was the one who'd been living 24 hours a day in a swimming pool with a dolphin for 7 weeks now. She was the one scooping up his poo and being woken at night by water spat in her face. She was the one working to teach him to speak. She was the expert here. She broke in loudly, using the men's vocabulary, talking in the cop's voice. "His fricatives are improving, but his occlusives are not clear." Both men stopped, turned to her, surprised. She explained what she had observed. She did not overstate. Both men listened. After that, she used their jargon more often to explain Junior's progress. Tibbet responded by listening, his chin jutted out. But still, he listened. Bloom seemed to hear what she said only enough to feel encouraged. His shirt unbuttoned, his wood necklace swinging on his skinny chest. He would describe the future, Junior's potential, the ability of the whole species. Each day these visions seemed to get more grandiose. He said once they had learned how best to teach Junior to speak, they would teach a whole group of dolphins and then release them into the sea where they could teach others. He had an image of this, all the dolphins free to come and go as they wished, conversing and interacting with people at the research center. The like this, Tibbet and Cora were careful not to look at one another. They looked at Bloom, keeping their faces blank. Junior wanted to play catch with her for hours each day. He'd pop the ball over to her and then start to squeal, insistent. She would demand he talk before she threw the ball back. She'd say, "Junior, I have one ball here. Can you say that? Talk. One. One." He'd squeal and blat, Each day that passed, that distance decreased. To catch the ball, she'd have to move a little closer. By the end of the week, they stood 6 feet apart while playing. Still, he insisted on the game. She assumed that if his jaw really hurt, he would stop. Junior continued to practice language by himself each day after lunch on the far end of the pool, wanting privacy. He'd float in front of the mirror, angled so he could see his blowhole while he worked, rolling it in and out of the water, practicing and practicing, trying to enunciate. Watching him stare at his own blowhole while he tried to talk, she wondered if it would help him to see more clearly how she formed the words with her mouth. So one morning she covered her face with a very pale face powder, making her skin white as a doll's. Then she applied the darkest lipstick she could find, a color called Plum-tastic. Whether or not he was colorblind, this difference in contrast would help him see the exact motions her lips were making. She bent down, leaning in close, where his eyes in that, trying to understand. She said, "Talk. Square." Of course he learned. This was what she wanted. His language did improve each day. By the end of the week, he could say sk-air. He could pronounce the S loudly and clearly enough that even she could hear it. However, some of what he learned was different than what she had intended. In the morning, when she said the word talk, he began to get an erection. On Sundays, when she went into town for her day off, the vet met her for lunch. These lunches were like visiting a foreign country, such different customs. In town, she had to wear more clothing and sit with her legs crossed. She could not bolt down food like she did in the homarium, wordless and hunched. Aching to hear spoken language, she asked about the vet's life. He had a deep voice that was easier to hear. He faced her and spoke clearly. He'd grown up in St. Thomas, had a mother and 4 sisters. He never mentioned the father, and she assumed she should not ask. As a child, he was always bringing sick wild animals home to try to nurse them back to health. Bats, toads, baby birds, a mongoose, a fawn, and a feral donkey. One day when he was 9, his mother opened the hall closet and found an owl glaring at her from the clothes rod. After that, he wasn't allowed to bring animals into the house anymore. The vet answered Cora's questions, but unlike many of the men she'd been around, he always returned the conversation to her, asking questions about the dolphins, about living in the pool, the research center and the men there. When she spoke, he would not interrupt, but listened, attentive, the corners of his mouth a little tight. After lunch, he walked her back to the research center and said goodbye at the entrance to the homarium. Junior and the men in the building would examine him. Waving goodbye, he'd remind her to meet him next week at the same cafe. The thought crossed her mind that he might be trying to care for her, might consider her similar to one of his hurt animals. Junior's progress continued. By the 8th week, during her daily report to Bloom, she barely had to say a word. Would step into the room also, while Tibbet played the best examples of Junior speaking. The men stood there listening, their eyes pointed in different directions, each thinking their own thoughts. 31. Homarium, weeks 9 to 11. One day, Bloom ushered a man and his child into the homarium. He introduced the man as Professor Fred Curry from Clark University, and this was his 3-year-old, Greg. He said they were vacationing here, but since Fred's wife felt sick today, the 2 of them had decided to visit to see the work with Junior. During these introductions, Cora noticed each of them was focused on different things. Bloom watched Fred. Fred stared at scantily clad Cora with her buzz cut standing in the middle of the pool. Fred kept nodding at everything he said. It was clear who was the Harvard professor. Neither of them paid attention to Junior. The child, however, never looked away from him. When Junior finally spoke, saying, "F-ish," there was a skip in time. Fred turned, almost as though his name had been called. He looked at Junior, then around the homarium, perhaps searching for Alan Funt of Candid Camera, for everyone to burst out laughing at the joke. Bloom, on the other hand, looked as satisfied as a well-fed cat. Seeing Fred's surprise, Junior refused to say another word in front of him, no matter how Cora pleaded over the next few minutes, nor how many fish she held up as bribes. So Bloom led Fred into the research center to have lunch instead. She watched them through the window. The men gave Fred a mixed drink and a large meal, then a second drink while they talked and talked. Tibbet brought over some spectrograms for Fred to examine and pressed play on the reel-to-reel recorder. While the recording played, the men watched the ceiling with their lips pursed, as though this was classical music. Meanwhile, it was assumed, of course, that she'd look after the child. The two of them sat by the pool and played catch with Junior. The 3-year-old had no assumptions about dolphins and their abilities. When Junior had said fish earlier, the child had simply squealed, delighted. The child held the ball up for Junior to see. The child said something, his small, high-pitched voice hard for her to hear. Junior, however, seemed to hear it fine. Nearly vibrating with excitement, he responded in his much louder voice. All. Rather than throwing the ball, the child pulled it closer and raised his chin, stating a one-word demand. Junior considered this. So the boy repeated the word in a louder, lower voice, imitating a parent. Please. So Junior mimicked the word as best he could. Ease. The child threw the ball. The squeals of the child and the dolphin were close to the same pitch. They played and played. After lunch, Fred stepped back into the homarium to listen some more. His gestures were looser, his eyes half-lidded. Junior turned to examine him for one long moment and would not speak again. Instead, he swam round the pool, balancing the ball on his beak, acting like a dumb seal. After a few more minutes, the man called his child to leave. His boy waved at Junior and called out, "Bye-bye." After this, more scientists visited. One would drop by every few days. Like Fred, these first visitors were on vacation with their families. Probably Bloom, Tibbet, and were telling others about the research, about the results. The scientists would call up, asking if they could drop by. Arriving, each of them seemed already convinced whether this was real or not. Their predetermined attitude surprised Cora, seemed unscientific. Although their families might walk down to the lagoon to see Mother and Cat, the scientists didn't. They concentrated on Junior. Each time one of these strangers stepped into the door of the homarium, Junior would examine him for a long moment and seemed somehow to sense what the man's attitude was toward the research. If the man walked in with his eyes wide and his voice excited, Junior would speak enough to make the man gasp, then swim away, pleased. If instead the man walked in staring at Junior from the edge of his eyes, his nostrils flared, Junior would only whistle like some brainless bird. Having noticed Junior's preference to perform in front of those who were excited to be here, Cora asked that each visiting researcher first be brought into the research center to listen to the recordings and see the spectrograms, so she could have a few minutes to get Junior ready. This way, by the time the man stepped into the homarium, he would have a more open attitude, and seeing that attitude, Junior was more likely to perform. One day, a German scientist arrived. After playing the recordings for him, the men ushered him in, flocking around him, eager and grinning. When Bloom introduced him, Cora recognized his name from the men's bookshelf. A few days earlier, she'd borrowed one of his books, but hadn't yet started reading it. The back cover showed him, as a much younger man, bottle-feeding a young chimpanzee. The description said he'd worked with animals all over the world. In the flesh, he was surprisingly short, but his eyes were the same brown as Junior's, and they were filled with a quiet sadness. At the surface, but both of them watched him as he walked away. 32. Homerium, Week 12. Bloom called the local St. Thomas newspaper. The reporter arrived and spent a while in the research center talking to the men. When he stepped into the Homerium, he held a glass of what looked like water and ice. But maybe he wasn't, since he drank it by sucking it in through his teeth with a lot of air. He walked around the pool for a while, photographing her and Junior, and then left. Bloom showed her the newspaper the next day. In the printed photo, her haircut had grown out enough to look sleek and daring, her eyes large in her face. She was sitting on the chair in the middle of the pool looking at Junior, who had his beak open, as though he spoke with his mouth. The text mentioned twice that Bloom was from Harvard, and the only quotes were from him. The next day, a reporter from the Miami Herald called to schedule a visit. The famous researcher also sent visitors. Within a week, 2 separate groups of scientists appeared, each staying for a day. This time, none of them brought their children or wives. They flew in just to see this research. Cora knew they were important people because, showing them around, Bloom had his shirt buttoned up. The scientists started off inside the research center with Tibbet showing them the spectrograms and playing the audio, while Bloom explained the work. Cora could see Bloom through the window, expounding on the work. By the time he led the scientists to the Homerium, they all regarded Junior with wide eyes. In response, he performed well in front of them. These men looked at her in a different way, too. She was an underdressed, undereducated female with a tan that was suspiciously dark. But these distinguished men, the university professors, stood by her pool to watch her work. They watched her with their brows furrowed, not as though she was stupid, but as though she was something they couldn't classify, some new type of life. Any questions they had, they did not ask her, but instead asked Bloom, as though she were incapable of speech. She knew better than to answer for Bloom, or to use her new vocab and concepts. He was the researcher, the established scientist, the showman. By standing here and talking, he claimed all the credit. She and Junior were no longer active participants who had worked hard and achieved the results. They were the experiment. Each morning, Bloom started the day by floating for an hour in the isolation tank, followed by yoga on the lawn. He was reading a series of books by Krishnamurti with titles that contained words like awakening or freedom. At least once a week, Bloom's pupils seemed very dilated, and he would stare at a coffee cup or a fork or the wall for extended periods, his lips moving. Junior mastered several new words each week now. He learned shapes and colors. Ka, circle, Ga, triangle, and Geen, green, and red. He could count to 3. On, U, T, E. His effort was clear, the words spoken slowly, each syllable separate. Because she lived with him, observing him closely all day long, she could translate what he said when the men were not sure. As a reward for his work, she gave him food and rubbed his back and played ball with him. And of course, once a day, she let him rub against the back of her calf. His rubbing was rougher now and took longer, and she had to brace herself against the pool wall. She didn't think anyone standing by the pool looking down into the water would know what was happening underneath. It would look as though he was roughhousing, the exact movements indistinct. However, she only allowed him to do this rubbing in the pre-dawn, when the men were not yet awake. After Junior had finished, normally at that point he would swim to a distant corner of the pool and recover there from the intensity of the sensation. This time, however, he turned and looked her in the eye, and his blowhole said, "K." She wasn't sure why he made this noise, since she hadn't asked him to speak, and this didn't sound like any of the words she'd taught him. That day he said the words several more times, his pronunciation gradually changing. K, k, oh. He seemed to expect some sort k, k, oh. He continued to want to play catch with her. She would throw the ball to him, and he would return it by squeezing the ball in his mouth and pop it into the air. Each day, however, it flew a little less far, a bit less energy, so she had to step forward to catch it. The two of them were 4 feet apart, then 3. As far as she could tell, he did not seem in pain, and he still enjoyed this game, insisted on it. And this game clenching. The word emerged as visually surprising as a belly button speaking. K-er. K-or. The only common thread she noticed about this word was that he used it when he was happy, when he woke up in the morning or when they were swimming together in the deep end. She began to wonder if he could have made up this word, if it could be his word for happiness or thank you. The largest town on the island surfacing, the dog looked quite surprised. It appeared to have limited experience with swimming. It kept throwing its front legs up on top of the water, as though the surface might be a ledge on which it could climb. Flailing this way, it began to sink. Cora waded toward it, but Junior got there faster. He rose underneath the dog, so it lay on his head, a 4-legged toupee. The dog rested there long enough to inhale one big breath, then kicked off, paddling more effectively now to the edge of the pool where the wife scooped it out. Floating at the surface, Junior considered this next moment with great intensity. He watched the wife and her husband hustle out of the building. Carrying the dog, cooing at it protectively, they exited out the door through which he himself had been carried in, 3 long months ago. For the last few days, Tibbet had been analyzing the results of his experiment with Mother and Cat and the matched shapes. He and Cora had been testing them for weeks. Cora showing Cat a geometric shape with Mother and Cat in the lagoon. He was waving the graph in his hand and smiling. Seeing him happy was unusual. So Cora grabbed her hearing glasses and walked with Tibbet onto the lawn to be able to talk without Junior splashing water at them and squawking. He handed her the graph and announced, "I've proved it. They can't do it. They can't communicate." "How do you know?" she asked. "They answer correctly only 20% of the time." "Sorry. Can you elaborate?" He looked confused. "The committee?" "The Dolphins. What happens to them?" It seemed clear he'd never wondered about this before. "I don't know. NASA owns this center. Probably the Dolphins will be shipped to some other facility." She was leaning forward, watching his mouth, working to hear exactly what he said. "What would happen to them there?" "They'd be part of whatever research was going on there." By this point, she'd read through 2 straight years of the Annals of Animal Research. She knew well all that the word research could encompass. She went very still. The Miami Herald reporter and photographer arrived and stayed 40 minutes. The reporter sat in the research center talking to Bloom. He never came into the homarium to look at Junior. The photographer, however, stepped in the doorway and stopped. His eyes ran over the pool with the hanging furniture and the dolphin, and then he looked her up and down. He had a dealer. He's good at that. It was clear from the silence the photographer did not know this word. She said, "Talk. Fish." "Ish," said Junior. And she stared into the man's camera, her chin up. In the published photo, It was the intensity of her gaze that caught the eye. Junior still wanted to play catch, but with every day that passed, when he popped the ball back to her, it did not fly as far. She had to stand closer and closer in order to catch the ball. She wasn't sure what was wrong. She ran her hands over his jaw each time before playing the game. So far as she could tell, his jaw was not swollen, and he didn't act as though the area was tender to the touch. And when she threw him the ball, he opened his mouth just as wide as he used to catch it. By the end of this week, they were just 2 feet apart. And in spite of this proximity, she had to crouch down to his level, holding out her hands so the ball traveled just a few inches. Over the 20 minutes they played, this distance decreased from 3 inches to 2 to 1. And even with the distance this short, it seemed to take him longer each time to pop the ball back. She waited like a catcher, her hands spread in front of his open mouth, watching him, worried, trying to figure out what was wrong. And then he simply stopped sending it back, the ball remaining in his mouth. After 30 seconds, worried that his jaw had spasmed, she put her hands on the ball to tug on it. With her hands just starting to pull, she noticed his eyes. They were not narrowed with pain, but wide and focused. In a flash, she understood. Her hands were between his open jaws. This was the action she had refused to do until now, out of fear of his sharp teeth. At the moment, her right thumb was touching the side of one of his incisors. She coughed with surprise. He had planned this. He had made it happen. He'd worked for weeks to get her to this point. He had played catch with her, throwing the ball shorter and shorter distances, moving her closer and closer, until, unaccustomed to this, she would do what she was doing right now. Reach into his open mouth without fear. He'd realized she would feel safe, since she would know with the ball between his teeth, he could not close his mouth and bite her, not even by mistake. She let go of the ball. She stepped away from him. She felt a little scared, unsure who was training whom. 33. Homerium, Week 13. Rubbing against the back of Cora's leg was not the same as having sex with another dolphin. As the novelty wore off, it became less satisfying and took Junior a little longer to finish off each day. 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5. She leaned against the side of the pool to keep her balance, and even then, he sometimes shoved against her so hard she fell over. One day she narrowly missed hitting her temple against the side of the pool. So the next morning she tried instead sitting down on the pool stairs, her knees 18 inches under the surface of the water. Sitting, she couldn't be knocked over. He slid on top of her knees. His penis found the satisfying crevice under her bent knee. He rocked back and forth twice, and he was done. Bloom called her name from the doorway to get her attention. Cora. Junior squealed in excitement at this, then pronounced loudly and distinctly that mysterious word he'd been saying. K-or. The way Junior formed words took concentration. It reminded her of the Little Mermaid walking on land, a painful and technically difficult action. He was not one to waste words. Still, he repeated this word with energy and import. K-or. K-or. A suspicion entered her mind. She ignored Bloom to test out a theory. She pointed at Junior's ball floating in the water. He said, all. She pointed to the fish in her hand. He raised his head out of the water. He knew where this was going. Ish. Slowly, she pointed to herself, touching her sternum with 2 fingers. K-or, he said, his impatience gone. Such happiness, such joy. K-or. She'd never tried to teach him her name, was not even sure how often he'd heard her name, didn't know how he'd figured out this word referred to her. He slapped his tail in flippers, so thrilled, water flying. Finally, she'd understood. His blowhole winked open and closed. K-or, K-or. Bloom observed all of this, his eyes bright with power. Tibbet mentioned he was going to present the results of his experiment to Bloom that afternoon. He seemed excited. She told him she hoped it went well. He said he was sure it would. Later that day, she heard a loud voice. Looking up, she could see Tibbet standing in the main room next to the table, half yelling and gesturing. She couldn't see who he was addressing, so she rolled off the inflatable raft and stood up in the water. The side of Bloom's head and upper body was visible through the window. Unlike Tibbet, he didn't look upset. Instead, he was leaning back in a chair and seemed amused, tapping ash off a cigarette. When he spoke, it must have been at a normal volume because she couldn't hear any of it. Tibbet's face was red and splotchy. He yelled back, baffled. His mouth movements exaggerated enough for her to lip read, 20%. Bloom said something. He was mostly faced away so she couldn't see the words. From the tilt of his head, it looked like a question. His expression was not unfriendly. His eyebrows raised. He waited for the answer. In reaction, Tibbet's face tightened, almost in pain. He had no response. Bloom held his hands up, helpless in the face of this. He rose from the chair and said one short sentence and left the room. Tibbet stared after him, breathing. Worried that he would turn and realize she had witnessed this scene, she ducked fast under the water. Within 2 days, Tibbet had come up with a new version of his research into the dolphin's ability to communicate. Cora walked down to watch. There were a few crucial differences. He'd now permanently separated Cat and Mother with an opaque net that ran across the lagoon, keeping Mother on one side of the dock and Cat on the other. This way he felt sure they could not see which geometric shape the other was shown or which shape the other tapped. During the experiment, Tibbet no longer got in the water, but instead sat on the dock, hiding behind a blind so he could not give them unintentional clues about what he wanted. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, he did not give them any food all day long, except when they answered correctly. This way, they would be strongly motivated to answer correctly. Tibbet's wife, Terry/Carrie, didn't come to the than before. Tibbet sat in the blind and threw the striped triangle on a string over onto Cat's side so only she could see it. Mother couldn't see which shape Cat had been shown or which shape she then tapped. She could see, however, when a fish was tossed to both of them as a reward. Mother eyed the answer symbols stapled to the end of the dock and rolled her face through the water. Since this experiment was now the only way they received food, they would get increasingly hungry if they didn't answer right more often, if they didn't answer correctly. One afternoon, as they walked back to the research center, he asked if he could kiss her. She was surprised. Not that he wanted to, but that he'd asked. Other men, they just kissed, confusing their want with hers, never thinking they might need permission. In this case, she did want to. He might not be the most handsome man, but he asked about her life. He listened to her and responded to what she'd said, not returning the subject immediately to himself. She answered his in the late afternoon, kissing him. She began to sway gently, moving her torso against his, the feel of his ribs and hips and stomach. If it were up to her to choose, the two of them would take their time and rub every inch of their bodies together, the soles of their feet, the ends of their noses, the tender sides of their fingers. They would treat this moment like a sacred pursuit, the first bite in a fine meal. They would engage in a slow-clothed tango. There was no rush. There were no rules. Her breath changing. But he pulled away, his eyes wide. This was not normal. His jaw moved around, uncomfortable, clearly a Branks inside. Unable to speak about what was wrong with her behavior, he tried to demonstrate the way this was supposed to be done. He put his hand on her breast. There was no subtlety in his hand, no gentle enjoyment. If she had to name an emotion, as strange as it sounded, she'd have to say his hand was full of fear. She figured he was just nervous. Perhaps they could work this out over time. Junior got better and better at speaking. He could form a puh, and sometimes even a buh sound, spitting the noise out his blowhole with a burst of air. He could roll sideways in the water to burble a watery sounding a little like a sink gurgling the letter deep in his throat. He still had difficulty with consonants, letting her fingers brush his gums. He closed his eyes in pleasure. She understood touching the inside of the mouth as the Dolphin version of intimacy. Was it some sign of affection or affiliation? A handshake? A hug? Blood brothers? Something more? One day she dared to run one finger along his gray gums from one side of his mouth to the other before she took the ball from his mouth. She knew this would make Junior happy. She thought of her vet while she did so, wishing he would comply with her. Junior was overjoyed. His blowhole exhaled. K-or. He shot over to the deep end and jumped and twirled in the air. He squealed and blatted and squawked. The first sentence she wanted to teach him was, "Set me free." At the moment, what he said instead was, K-or, K-or. 34. Homerium, week 14. One day, Junior took too long, the crevice behind her bent knees not as satisfying as another dolphin's body. Rocking on her knees, he seemed to have forgotten himself in the urgency of the moment. Although his body was mostly in the water, reducing the weight, he was still rocking back and forth. Her whole body was being knocked around, her kidneys slammed into the steps, her tailbone in real pain. Her butt scraped against the concrete. "Hey!" she yelled. He recited the alphabet all the way to G. Reporters and photographers continued to visit the center. At first they were from Florida newspapers, the Miami Herald, the Orlando Sentinel, the Ledger. But lately more regional magazines and even TV stations had started calling. The reporters asked Cora questions about what it was like to live in a pool with a dolphin. They did not ask her about the work. They asked her what she made herself for dinner, and if she missed spending time with friends, and if she was ever scared of the dolphin. She would respond with simple sentences and small words. Then Bloom would step in front of her, and the reporters would ask him about the research. He had his shirt buttoned, his hair brushed, looking like a Harvard professor. He answered the questions, using his large scientific words. The reporters looked big-eyed. Each time he used a word they didn't know, they would assume it meant something important. And as Bloom had predicted, given all the news stories, foundations began to call, interested in the research. On the phone with the grant officers, he stood in the window of the office, glowing with satisfaction, looking out at Cora and Junior, his gestures large, his voice confident. The grant applications began to arrive one by one in the mail. Sat at the typewriter for long hours each day, filling out the paperwork, pecking at the keys, a bottle of whiteout next to him. Tibbet told Cora that within 3 to 6 months the money would start rolling in. Given the number of applications, Bloom would have more money than he could imagine. And that Tuesday morning, CBS News called. The camera crew would arrive in a week. One day, sitting on the lawn beside the Homerium after she had finished reporting to Bloom about the day's progress, he asked if she wanted to get high. Given her hearing and how hard she had to concentrate on words, slang at times confused her. A familiar word, but a different meaning. She looked around, searching perhaps for a ladder. Then she understood. "Oh, no thanks." Each time he took one of Leary's pills, his pupils got large, and he stared at things that were not there. He reminded her a bit of her grandma after the stroke. He said, "What about Junior? Would he like it?" "What? Would Junior like to get high?" She blinked at him in surprise. "Why would you even ask that?" He cocked his head. "It might help him learn faster, help him break through." She paused, collecting herself. There was a certain intensity in his face. He was very serious. She spoke in the clearest, shortest sentences she could. "He breathes air. He could get confused about what is air and drown. He could simply forget to breathe." She said, "Do not give him drugs." She said, "Do not do that." Any time Tibbet got in the water, Mother and Cat would swim in close in order to sonar his gut. They moved around him, clicking at his belly, eyeing him. They seemed concentrated. They investigated him slowly and gently, not splashing him. This was so different from the way they treated Cora or the other men. It seemed to her that his gut had gotten a little bigger over the last few weeks. He continued his experiment. From inside the blind, where they couldn't see him, he tossed the white square on the string over the blind on Kat's. Could she smell his happiness at each wrong answer? Whatever the reason was, her rate of correct answers continued to decline. There were only 3 choices. She should stumble on the right answer a third of the time. However, her rate decreased each day, 16%, then 15%, then 12%. The 2 of them getting fed less and less. Each day, she got a little worse at the task. Tibbet watched and noted each answer down, his neat row of tallies, his irrefutable proof. When he left the blind, he would whistle as he grabbed his equipment, his every movement satisfied. Although he was not sure why the correct response rate was so low, he was proving his point, proving Bloom wrong. They could not communicate. They really, really, really could not communicate. The dolphins would bob at the surface, studying him as he walked away. For several days now, Cat and Mother had been earning a fraction of their normal amount of food. However, they didn't seem weak yet. Both still played and jumped during the day. He had not yet said how long his experiment would run, how far he would push this. With the photographers, Cora would explain what the research was, so they would know what the photographs should show. One day, a photographer interrupted the point she was making, asking her to pout her lips a bit. She got angry and responded in the cop's voice, with vocabulary she'd learned from the science books. She used the terms affricates and tertiopes in the same sentence. The man looked at her confused, wondering if he'd misheard or if she was making words up. Bloom happened to be nearby. He stepped in front, redirecting the man's attention to himself. He had started wearing a pair of sunglasses with large round lenses and white plastic frames. They made him look a little like an owl, wide-eyed and surprised at the world. The visitors would examine this Harvard professor with the sunglasses and the glasses, watching Tibbet get ready to work with Mother and Cat. She asked him, "How long will you continue this experiment?" He said, "However long it takes." She said they needed more food. Tibbet put another Tums in his mouth, rubbing the side of his gut. He said, "They are the ones deciding how much they're fed, not me." She asked, "Have you seen a doctor about your stomach aches?" He turned to her, abruptly furious. Perhaps he was worried and her question scared him, that she had figured out his stomach hurt. Or maybe it was something else, that the reporters were not paying attention to him and his research. Or perhaps it was that his wife had not visited the center in at least 2 weeks. It was possible she wasn't even on the island anymore. Or maybe it was the tension between the three men who no longer made or ate meals together. Instead, each ate at his desk or in his bedroom with the door closed. These days, the few times Bloom and Tibbet addressed each other, they stood far apart, their arms carefully loose at their sides. Their stance reminded her of gunslingers. The conversations were short. Tibbet's face was flushed, his voice unnecessarily loud. He did not respond to her question about his stomach. He half yelled, "What the hell? Who do you think you are? My God, you aren't a researcher. You have no education or experience." He said, "The reporters come here because you look good in a bathing suit. The photos sell copies." He said, "You're an animal trainer. You should work at Marine World. If you were a man, no reporters would come here at all." Then one of the articles, the Savannah Morning News, centered not on Bloom, but on her. Tibbet was the one to spot the article, and he called her out onto the lawn to hand it to her. She took it gingerly, uneasy at his expression. The title was, "Woman and Dolphin Make Waves." It had a full-length photo and quotes from her. Both Mother and Cat hadn't gotten fed much in almost a week. By now, they were moving with less energy, not playing much. They coasted through the water, keeping watch for any fish that might wander into the lagoon from the sluice. Still, when Tibbet came down to the lagoon for his research, they continued to select the wrong answers. The few times they selected the right answer, he'd inhale, then throw them both 10 fish. After they gobbled up the fish, they'd return to selecting the wrong answer. Each day, their rate of correct answers decreased, 10% of the time, 8%. Behind the blind, Tibbet would rock with satisfaction, tallying every answer. The dolphins faced the blind. What could they sense, if anything, of his reaction? Could they hear his heart, his breath, or coughs of satisfaction? Bloom stepped out of the building. He walked over to sit by her on the hill. They were 50 feet away from Tibbet, who was busy running the trials, watching the dolphins answer. Intelligence as the person believes they have. Searching his expression, she noticed now how still his eyes were. These days they tended to rest on an object for a long time. In this case, on her face. Perhaps she had only wanted to believe he was listening. He said, "I've been dreaming about them. The dolphins. In the dream, I think at first they are swimming through black water. Then I realize they are in outer space." She was confused. that it was different from what she saw. She would not get help from him. The CBS film crew was scheduled to arrive that afternoon. So that morning, she stepped into the building, the men working at their desks. She told them she would not ask Junior to talk while the CBS crew was here, unless Mother and Cat were set free this morning, released into the sea. Tibbet turned to her, his mouth open. Without Mother and Cat, he would not be able to finish his experiment. Months of his work would be wasted. She said to Bloom, "Release them today, or the only CBS footage will be of Junior squeaking like a dolphin. He will not say one word." Tibbet started yelling, all sorts of things, so loud and fast she could not follow them. She did not try to. He was yelling at Bloom, not her. She said to Bloom, "You don't need Mother and Cat." Bloom was watching Tibbet. In this moment, she could almost see the pressure between the two men. Lowering her somewhat abruptly into the sea. She floated there as they pulled the stretcher out from under her and stepped away. She eyed them, wondering if this was a trick. One extended moment. Then a wave splashed over her and she shot away, faster than any of them had ever seen her move. She was gone. A few minutes later, they carried Mother down to the sea. She bolted sooner than Cat had, as soon as her belly touched the water. Her tail caught on the edge of the stretcher and yanked it out of their hands, up into the air. Then she was gone, and the empty stretcher landed with a splash in the waves. For a long moment, they could not see either of the dolphins. 30 seconds passed. A minute. Then, in the distance, Mother and Cat jumped out of the water, again and again. 10 feet high, 15 feet high. A synchronized, watery fireworks of joy. The men left. But Cora sat there and watched, her mouth twisted, filled with so much. The 2 dolphins jumped again and again, within sight of the shore. Perhaps they were still leaping from joy. Or maybe, by this point, they were jumping into the air to see if the men were carrying Junior down to the sea also. Over the next half an hour, they jumped higher and higher. That afternoon, in front of the CBS crew, she had Junior speak each of his 23 words, as well as recite the alphabet up to the letter G. Bloom stood in front of her, expounding on his research. The next morning, she walked down to the beach. Standing there, she couldn't see Cat or Mother anywhere. But the moment she was in the water, her head submerged, she could hear them. Even at this distance, she recognized their voices, calling and calling. For their families? For Junior? For her? She listened hard. At one point, she felt the pinging in her bones. One of them examining her. She spun, but could not spot the dolphin anywhere. After 20 minutes in the water, she walked up the chute and climbed the stairs to the homarium, returning step by step to the pool there. Over the past few months, she had created her role, chosen it, actively built it. Given her success, Bloom would never let Junior go now. He was the miracle animal Junior beside her, she knew her power. Bloom could not replace her. Perhaps also, standing in this pool, she was angry. She was unable to abandon Junior, could not leave. Her gaze did not flinch. Bloom noted her reaction. There was a creaking moment. Then he smiled. He'd always liked a challenge. On Sunday afternoons, walking back to the research center, the vet tended to get more physically affectionate the closer they got to the building. Perhaps it bothered him that she lived there with 3 other men. This Sunday, on a wide-open beach a quarter-mile from the center, he started kissing her in a serious way. She did not want to lie down with him here. Someone could step onto the beach at any moment to see them. Also, he probably didn't have any rubbers with him. Still, she could tell he was feeling insecure and needed some physical declaration of her feelings. So she went for the best option and began to help him with her hands instead. She concentrated, trying to make this quick. She imagined Bloom or appearing through the trees to see this, how they would treat her afterward. Her vet breathed heavily while he rocked against her. Perhaps from among the trees, it would look as though he was only coughing or spasming, and she was struggling to hold him up. And, while her hands worked, she wondered what the definition of sex actually was. For the vet, his fingers tight on her shoulders, his eyes closed, this was clearly sex. For her, nervously surveying the beach and the forest, it was not. So was the act between the 2 of them sex or not? Perhaps it would depend on whether the person making the determination was looking at her expression or the vet's. She thought of her dad and the boar. In that case, any witness would need only a moment to feel certain this was not sex, even if the person could see only the boar's expression. Her dad was a middle-aged, heavy man hunched down in his faded overalls, his hands in the bottle under the boar. The boar rocked on the mounting bench, grunting, slobber hanging from his mouth. The radio in the barn droned on about the weather. Anyone glancing at this would know this was simply an unfortunate part of being a pig farmer. This was work. Junior and she, however, would look different. She was young and slender, in a bikini top and bike shorts, her tan dark enough to make her look exotic. A sleek dolphin rocking on her knees, her hand reaching underneath. They wouldn't think of this as part of her job. They wouldn't think of her job at all. They'd stare at this scene, surprised, unable to look away. In the flush of their reaction, they might miss her expression. Or if they did see it, they would forget it a little more each time they thought of the scene. And they would think of the scene a lot, at the most inopportune times. Over time, their memory would give her a very different expression. And standing here with her vet, him breathing in her ear, her hands working, trying to speed the process up, she understood what the difference was for herself, between doing this with Junior and doing this with the vet. With her vet, she wished he would do the same to her. Not outside on a beach where others might see it, but instead in a room with a door that closed, where she could relax and enjoy it. Then he would do it gently. Said, enunciating as clearly as she could, as though he was the one with the hearing problem. He might forget to breathe. He might drown. She wondered if it would help if she wrote her words down and mailed them to him. Or perhaps she could try Morse code, or semaphore, or charades. Bloom said, "It could open his mind. He might learn faster." She spoke, trying to break through. "If you give him drugs, I will tell the reporters." His eyes blinked and cleared. This he heard. They stared at each other. They had reached a new stage, no longer on the same side. She knew she could protect Junior for only so long. She spent time eyeing the distance between the homarium and the open sea. To free him, she'd have to carry him down the hill, the 50 feet or so to the lagoon, Junior was NASA's property. It would be a federal crime. Tibbet was still at the center. Unable to finish his original research without Cat and Mother, and desperately needing a publication from this summer's work for the tenure committee, he decided to test the limits of Junior's comprehension of language and publish on that. To test Junior's comprehension, he would bring Cora 20 sentences a day, each a command made of simple words, a sentence Junior had never heard. Put ball or if, with Tibbet's narrowed eyes watching him, he just didn't want to do it. Tibbet timed Junior's responses and tallied his actions, walking away, taking notes. As soon as he had enough data to write the paper, he would return to the States. Although he still lived at the center, he did not speak to any of them unless he had to. One of the new words Junior could say was love. He pronounced it of. He had heard this word from her. She did not know if he understood what the word meant. Unlike the word raft or ball, she could not ask him to pick love up or carry it around the pool. She dreamed at night he talked to her in long, graceful sentences, and she was the one who could not understand, who could not speak back, who was not smart enough. It happened on a beautiful day, sitting on the lawn, the sun warming her back, the lagoon blue and sparkling below. How can one be scared under such circumstances? Why would one be careful? She had just finished reporting to Bloom on the day's progress. Since she'd threatened to tell on Bloom if he gave drugs to Junior, he'd been different with her. He wasn't in his head anymore, thinking his own thoughts. Instead, he had become strangely attentive as he asked her questions and watched her reactions. He asked about Junior's health, his speed of learning, her thoughts about why. He seemed almost like he used to be, leaning in close behind his eyes, watching. Ah, he said. Of course. He's masturbating. She was silent. He smiled at her expression. Come on, it's a perfectly natural act. He looked around the homarium and asked, What's he rubbing against? The inflatable raft? He glanced at her to read the answer. His voice was light, amused. Okay, that's a yes. What else? The inflatable dolphin? She could feel the danger. Watch it walk closer. Her eyes open like a deer in the headlights, not even blinking. His eyes considered her face. He could feel her panic and was curious. Another yes. What about the ball? She was so very still. He absorbed this answer, then asked, his voice different. What about you? A moment. Her world shifted. The before. The after. Her expression. He now stated it. No longer a question. You. His eyes were wide. Humor was gone. He was profoundly shocked. In the silence afterward, desperate, she made the worst mistake possible. She quoted him. It's a perfectly natural act. She saw from his expression the depth of her misunderstanding. 36. Homarium, week 16. The next morning it was obvious that Bloom had told Tibbet and She could see this through the window. Each time she glanced over, at least one of them was staring at her, their expressions distant and flat. None of them stepped into the homarium to talk to her during the day. That afternoon, Tibbet's stomach seemed more swollen now. He was in pain, perhaps, maybe a bitter taste in his mouth. He was furious about everything here at the research center. He turned to her, his eyes cold, and then back at them. And she saw him say a short sentence. The reporters' heads rocked as though something small had hit them in the forehead, their eyes wide. They looked from Tibbet to her and back. After a pause, they began asking questions. Always in the past, when the reporters looked at her, their expressions had been a little confused, trying to understand who she was and how she got to do this work. That confusion was gone now. They did not take any more notes. Bloom walked through the room a few minutes later, his eyes glassy, his hair long, the sunglasses, his shirt unbuttoned. The reporters considered him. They left soon afterward. Tibbet had almost certainly sworn them to secrecy. No faster way to spread the information. Over the next week, the reporters who had appointments called and canceled them, one after the other. The phone rang, clanging and metal, less and less often. The few times now they got a call from a reporter, Bloom would take the call himself. Through the window, Cora could see the joy and hunger in his stance, his voice booming out, confident as he answered the questions. Within a minute, however, greater speed from Junior, this creature who pronounced words through his blowhole. Bloom wanted clear pronunciation. He wanted sentences. She pointed out Junior was learning faster than any human baby. After less than 6 months of exposure to language, he could speak 30 words. From Tibbet's testing, put ball on tail, push raft, they knew he could comprehend at least 200. Bloom said it was not enough. Not anymore. Junior needed to learn a lot faster now. It was apparent to all of them that the situation was her fault. The men stopped answering the phone. She could hear it ringing through the speakers, could watch the men sitting, looking at it, and then away. Sometimes picked it up just an inch before slamming it down. 37. Homerium, Week 18. 2 long weeks after learning her secret, Bloom called her over onto the lawn, outside of the Homerium. He held 2 margaritas, one of which he gave to her. He said he wanted to apologize. He had lost perspective. They should toast their accomplishment. He held up his glass, said, "Together we have managed so much. We've taught a marine mammal to speak English. Astonishing." They clinked glasses, and, since he drank, she did too. The afternoon was hot, the sun a weight on her back. The salty rim of the glass and the ice-cold drink was surprising. She could understand, in this moment, why the men seemed always to be holding a mixed drink. She took another sip. He exhaled, looking at the Homerium and Junior. He said, "Clearly, however, things have changed now. We need to adjust. What is your advice?" So eager for this conversation, she did not study his face, did not let herself wonder at this sudden shift. She spoke quickly. "Once the research is published, it will speak for itself. We need to publish." He asked, "What if the journals have already heard the rumors and won't publish the paper?" She took another sip. "We submit to another journal. If we need to, we expand the study. Add a second Dolphin, a female. Add another researcher, someone with qualifications. I'll train the person how to do it. It will strengthen the results." He listened, watching. She talked quickly, trying to persuade him, sketching out the protocols and methodology, the data that would result, how long the study would take and its impact. Since she knew he loved large ideas, she asked what would happen if, during the study, the second dolphin got pregnant. Would 2 talking dolphins teach the baby to speak? His eyes brightened at this, and she continued. She had never addressed him like this long, this impassioned. She stared. The luminance had a slight pulse to it. Confused as to what it could be, she scanned the nearby grass. Another grass blade was glowing a few feet away, and another a little further. She stood up and surveyed the lawn with attention. If she stood very still, she found she could see them everywhere. Tiny glowing blades. Dozens of green pulsing stars in the lawn. It took her a few seconds to understand. before that time was a river. She suspected this was because its flow was so consistent and she lived deep under the surface, facing directly into the current. Under these circumstances, it was easy to miss the constant slide of it, the weight and press, the slow churn. Until now, when it came to a gentle stop. The river stilled. She turned. To the side, she could see the motionless current itself, the frozen turbulence. Turning further, she could see her past. Curious, she kicked off, floating backward. She arrived at a day before she was born, her parents courting, her dad clean-shaven and slender, her mom round-faced, nearly as young as she was. Her parents as almost strangers, holding hands, walking along a dirt road, her mom looking at him from the corner of her eyes, luminous with hope. So Cora dog-paddled forward, seeing their courtship, then the ramshackle farm, the births of her brothers, then her. She paused, watching that last night with her hearing intact, her feverish head on the kitchen table. How small she was. Her 8-year-old shoulders, her jug ears, her mom singing at the sink. She swam on, passing herself wearing the bunny suit in the loud club, weaving through the crowd, a tray of drinks on her shoulder, her expression confused. Next, she saw herself holding her mask and flippers, standing on the beach, seeing the chute for the first time, then slowly walking down it to the research center, to the lagoon and the dolphins. She lingered on this past summer, examining the dolphins, watching them fly through the water. She heard them sing, learned she loved them and this work, that she was good at this. This summer of a life she was meant for. Once she reached the present, she could see Cat and Mother in the sea. They were in a pod of other dolphins, swimming fast through the dark, deep water off the island, hunting fish, watching for sharks. As she approached, they turned to her, surprised. Calling out with joy, they scooted ahead. Of course they knew how to move through this kind of current. Curious what the future held, she followed. Their sleek children appeared beside them now. Their grandchildren, cutting gracefully through the endless sea. She knew they were showing this future to her as a gift, as a thank you. They surged on, wanting to show her more. But unlike them, she was not a natural swimmer. She got tired. Time was tugging on her again, pulling her back to her original spot on the bottom of the river. Only at this point did she realize she hadn't seen Junior yet. She kicked as hard as she could in the direction of the homarium, but did not have enough energy to get there, to find him. She was pulled back into her body, back into time. It was dawn, and she was lying on the grass just outside the homarium. Bloom was telling her to feel the bliss, telling her it was a purple flame just above them, telling her to touch it. She could not see the purple flame. She could not see pretty much anything given the fact that he was on top of her. But she could hear him saying yes. Yes, she was touching the joy now. What she was touching was actually his chest, trying to push him off. She knew Bloom considered this sex. Junior was in the water staring at them. She could feel how much Bloom liked that part. His grunts were loud and long. That day, was the one to hand her the magazine, a men's magazine of a kind she'd never seen. The front cover had a drawing of a naked woman arching with joy, her legs around the midsection of a grinning dolphin. The woman had Cora's haircut. When she looked up from the magazine cover, smiled. Perhaps he had made this happen. Perhaps Tibbet had. Perhaps it had happened on its own. Whatever the circumstances, she thought she would never be able to see a human smile again without thinking of the hatred on his face in this moment. 38. The older she got, the faster time seemed to go. Years, then decades flew past. She'd lived long enough to time travel into a new era. Push-button phones, then cordless ones. Then everyone walking around with cell phones, talking into them. The speed of the travel tugged at her flesh, loosening the skin on her bones. Each day, Cora walked to the beach to snorkel. She now had hearing aids, remarkably small and powerful. It was strange to hear better now in her 60s than when she was young. Yet, before wading into the water, she'd take them out and leave them on her towel. Standing in the waves, she pulled on her flippers and mask and dove in. She kicked forward, listening, as she had when she was young. She heard the roar of the waves, the clicks of the rocks tumbling. In the aftermath of the scandal, she'd married her vet. What else remained for her? They had sex once a week, Sunday mornings before breakfast. It took 15 minutes and involved primarily the missionary position. When she once asked if they could vary this a bit, he sat up in bed and looked away. His face held discomfort. Perhaps things could have been different, if not for that magazine cover. It haunted him. She'd tried once to tell him what had actually occurred, but he'd gotten very angry, one of the few times, and told her never to mention Junior or that summer again. She felt fortunate he wanted to be with her at all. He was kind to her in other ways, listening to her about her day, smiling at her with his eyes, helpless. After the magazine cover, and rebuilt the flagstone deck. He said the building looked better this way. After that, there was no sign she'd ever lived with a dolphin, ever taught him to speak. They both hoped her pregnancy would bring them happiness. She kicked forward, heading to the far end of the bay. There was a coral reef there where she liked to snorkel. She was still a strong swimmer. Her fins churned through the water. She listened to the hissing static of the ocean depths. There was the Martian ray gun bweep-bweep of a seal. The seal appeared 30 feet below in the clear water, looking up at her with big cat eyes. Then it shot away. 7 months pregnant, she learned what had happened. Tibbet had been the one to write to her. She didn't know if he'd done this out of kindness. He was undergoing chemotherapy at the time. Opening the envelope, she stopped for a moment to rub the side of her stomach, a little like he used to. When standing, she could no longer see her toes, and there seemed always to be movement churning inside her. At the birth, she'd find out she was carrying twins, Ned and Rachel. She read the letter there in the hall, 3 short sentences. There was a kick in her gut. This life inside her was what kept her going. She withdrew cash from the bank and boarded the next flight to Orlando, to the NASA research lab where it had happened. She did not tell her vet before she left. What had she expected to learn? She arrived in her maternity dress at the lab's gate. The guard said she needed an appointment, a name. She was crying. She did not know the names of the researchers involved. She had not considered how to persuade anyone. She'd never imagined she might not have the right to see, to hear, to know. She said she used to work with him, the dolphin who had died. With these words, the guard jerked back, realizing who she was. For some reason, he seemed most alarmed by her belly, kept staring at it. He didn't open the gate. He did not tell her what had happened, if Junior had suffered. He would not talk to her anymore. In the deeper ocean, approaching the coral reef, the sounds changed. Crabs' claws scrambling, the alien whir and pop of fish. Once in a while when swimming, she'd hear the clicking or squealing of dolphins in the distance. She'd close her eyes and concentrate on the sound. called him controversial, but did not mention the scandal. Instead, the piece stated he was performing valuable research with dolphins. She noted that preposition, research with, not research on. She imagined several cats and juniors in a small cement tank, circling and circling, waiting for their turn on the operating table. Her fury saved her. Bloom was given new dolphins to experiment on, while she was left crying outside the gate, not allowed to even see where Junior had grief. In them, she said what she believed in the most persuasive way she could. She could see the coral now in the distance, a multicolored hill rising out of the sand. Fish and fronds swaying. The water dappled and shadowy. Life congregated here. She could snorkel and dive, peering through the coral, glimpsing the fish. Being hard of hearing made having twins more difficult. Several times each night she would jerk out of sleep and run down the hall to the baby's room, wobbling with exhaustion, afraid they might have been crying and she hadn't heard. She imagined harm coming to them when she was not there. So, by midnight, she'd end up on a quilt on the floor between their cribs, the babies in her arms. This was the only way she could sleep deeply, holding the babies, their solid weight on her chest, their warm exhales against her cheek. She knew this way they were safe. Feeding them, burping them, on the driveway in the pram, or lugging groceries into the house. She had what she thought of as a drug flashback. It was triggered most often when she smelled the sea. She did not have to be asleep. The flashbacks were vivid. Sometimes she would sit down fast, holding the babies close, scared she would get confused and drop them. The visions were of that summer. They were not indistinct and confused like dreams. She could see and hear them. The sounds especially, so intense and clear. These dreams felt as though she was awake, as though she was happy. She carried that happiness inside of her for as long as she could through the day. She dove and kicked forward, twisting around the coral, watching the seaweed sway, listening to the whoosh of the waves on the coral above, the strange chirping of unknown creatures. A school of blue runners appeared, their silver bellies flickering, stretching out in a line, and then bunching up into a She used his ideas to leverage her message, to get him to stop hurting the dolphins. She checked each word for spelling and usage. Something good had to come from what had happened. He never wrote back. She wasn't certain he even opened the letters. Then, one day, in the 3rd year of her letter writing, the librarian, who had seen her check out book after book on Bloom, handed her the news story about him releasing his dolphins. By that point, all 14 of them, into the sea, setting them free. Of course, he did it with publicity, with reporters there. The article was laudatory, and she soon found other stories and interviews, all of them writing about this kind, giving man, this gentle professor with diplomas and published books and brilliant ideas, this man who refused to do harm. He told them he would not experiment on these sentient beings anymore, these beings with consciousness, that it was time for the world to move past this cruelty. She Xeroxed every story she could find and kept the clippings in an envelope in the laundry room where her vet would never find them. She read and reread them. They helped the grief recede. Swimming always made her think about time, that fluid that her senses and her brain could not comprehend. She'd recently read a book by a physicist who called time an illusion, who stated that the past still existed, as solid as a ball that had floated out of reach. She knew this to be true. The different eras in her life, the people she'd loved, the time she'd been most alive, all of it drifting away. Her inability to perceive the past was a failure of her senses, a deafness to time, an inability to swim through the current. She watched a nurse shark on the seafloor, finning lazily forward. Her letters did not stop. She might not have fame, but Bloom increasingly did. His articles and books and speeches gradually changed. He talked more and more about the intelligence of dolphins and whales, their right to exist, the cruelty of humans' experiments and hunting. In 1975, he released an album with music interlaced with the songs of dolphins and whales. He asked people to listen with their souls, to hear what was being said. The record was discussed on talk shows. Each year he grew a little skinnier and more bird-like. Turning the channel, she'd occasionally stumble upon him talking with a host. Bloom last letter, thanking him. She was watching a cuttlefish pulse leisurely around the coral. Its big eyes spotted her, and it shot away, a fleshy bullet with legs. Under the water, she remembered the solidity of time, the way it was something she could move through if she could concentrate enough. She felt the past there, just out of reach. She could get there if she could only swim fast enough in the right direction. As the cuttlefish disappeared into a crevice, she realized she'd stayed underwater too long, forgetting to breathe. She looked around dreamlike and lost, her lungs straining. She kicked toward the surface. With her kids grown up and her letters to Bloom finished, she had more time. And so, at 43, she went to college, taking her classes by correspondence. She studied marine mammals, of course. It was a surprise to receive good grades. Junior year, she heard about a scientist who chose not to study captive dolphins, but to instead observe them in the wild. Since no human could follow the dolphins, keeping up with them in the water, the scientist waited for them to come to her. She anchored her boat in the same shallow waters off Bermuda, day after day, every summer, waiting for the dolphins to visit. As soon as any were visible, she would slip into the water. She would not approach them or chase them, but instead would play with a toy in hopes of attracting them. It was their choice to spend time with her. She found that the most attractive toy was a simple scarf. Dragged through the water, it moved and rippled, could be played with in so many ways. The dolphins would approach and watch her playing. Once they trusted her, they would move close. Accepting her, they would go about their lives near her, letting her observe, sometimes for hours. The scientist made a series of important observations over the years, including about their social structure and methods of communication. She realized each dolphin had a key signature, a unique whistle that a dolphin used in its songs that others would use when nearby. This whistle, potentially, was what some people would call a name. For her college thesis, Cora applied for a month-long internship with the scientist. On the application, she used her married name and did not describe her past experience. Even decades later, dolphin researchers still talked about the scandal. Her internship was in June. The scientist and her researchers, as well as 5 interns including Cora, boarded the ship. On this trip, the researchers were excited because they'd created an underwater keyboard that could play back the key signatures of the 20 dolphins who visited most frequently. The researchers would try the keyboard with the dolphins for the first time to see how they reacted. They anchored the boat at the normal spot. A team of 4 was assigned to each watch. As soon as any of them saw dolphins cutting through the water, the team would grab the keyboard and some scarves and jump into the sea. The first time Cora dove in, she felt such joy seeing the dolphins approach, at least 30 of them. She thought of Mother and Cat and their children and grandchildren, imagined them moving through the water like this, so curious and strong. The dolphins had no fear of the researchers. They circled the main scientist, squealing with pleasure. The first day, the researchers couldn't use the keyboard because the group of dolphins visiting did not include any of the 20 dolphins whose names were programmed into the keyboard. Each time a new group of dolphins came by, the team on watch dove in. It was 8 days before one of the 20 dolphins visited, a male with a white-tipped dorsal fin. However, when they pressed the key to play his signature, no sound came from the device. Back on the boat, they took the keyboard apart and found it full of seawater. They installed new electronics, but, a few days later, some of those circuits failed, so they had to resolder them. The device was clearly a prototype. Each time she was given a turn in the water, Cora did not Perhaps sometimes she stayed too long underwater, forgetting to breathe, a bit hypoxic, because she knew then she would feel the presence of those other eras, the solidity of the past. Under these circumstances, her ears ringing, lights flickering in the corners of her eyes, she could sense the past here with her. Her hand almost at the surface now, she knew she could close her eyes and hold the twins close again. Wrapped in the quilt on the floor, their warm baby bodies tight to her chest, their breath on her face. She could close her eyes and see Junior in the pool, looking at her looking at him. She could hear him, speaking to her. Core. Love, eternal. In 1965, a young woman lived in isolation with a male dolphin in the name of science. It got weird. National Post, June 6, 2014. From outside, it looked like another spacious Virgin Islands villa with a spiral staircase twisting up to a sunny balcony overlooking the Caribbean Sea. But Dolphin Point Laboratory on the island of St. Thomas was part of a unique Washington-funded research institute run by Dr. John C. Lilly, the wackiest and most polarizing figure in marine science history. For 10 weeks, from June to August 1965, the St. Thomas Research Center became the site of Lilly's most notorious and highly criticized experiment, when his young assistant, Margaret Howe, volunteered to live in confinement with Peter, a bottlenose dolphin. The dolphin house was flooded with water and redesigned for a specific purpose: to allow the 23-year-old Howe and the dolphin to live, sleep, eat, wash, and play intimately together. The objective of the experiment was to see whether a dolphin could be taught human speech. Not have any Seminole ancestors. If you are curious about what actually happened, I recommend the Radiolab podcast, Home is Where Your Dolphin Is, as well as some of John Lilly's books listed below. The male characters in this book are not the nicest men. I made them this way to heighten the plot and Cora's isolation. However, this is also how I remember many men acting in the 60s and 70s. In the 50 years since then, much has changed. What a man can say to a woman on the street, at home, or at the office. Through the work of so many people, the Overton window of acceptable behavior has shifted. As much as I could, the actions of the dolphins in this book are accurate to the capabilities of the species. Below are some notes on that. Accuracies about dolphins. While John Lilly was operating on one of the dolphins, it imitated the sounds of the people speaking around it. This was what inspired Lilly Radiolab has an episode, Home is Where Your Dolphin Is, with the recordings of Peter's vocalizations. It's amazing. He did not become quite as proficient at speaking as I show in this book. Unlike humans and almost all other animals, dolphins have voluntary breathing. In captivity, they will sometimes simply stop breathing and die. Some experts believe it is suicide. Inaccuracies about dolphins. So far as I know, newly caught dolphins are not too polite to take fish from humans. Dolphins eat squid. It's one of their favorite foods. They don't just play with them. I don't know of any dolphin figuring out how to lower a gate, but dolphins in captivity have blocked pool filters to back up the water. The first researchers to publish that dolphins can recognize themselves in mirrors are Diana Reese and Lori Marino in 2001, not Margaret Audrey. The Girl Who Talked to Dolphins, BBC. John Lilly, So Far, John C. Lilly and Francis Jeffrey. Man and Dolphin, John C. Lilly. The Center of the Cyclone, John C. Lilly. Communication between Man and Dolphin, John C. Lilly. Lilly on Dolphins, John C. Lilly. Between Species, Celebrating the Dolphin-Human Bond, Tony Frohoff and Brenda Peterson, editors. Behind the Dolphin Smile, Richard O'Barry. Alex and Me, Irene M. Pepperberg. The Wild Dolphin Project, Denise L. Herzing. Dolphin Diaries, Denise L. Herzing. Dolphin Communication and Cognition, Denise L. Herzing and Christine Johnson, editors. The Dolphin in the Mirror, Diana Reese. Voices in the Ocean, Susan Casey. Dolphin Mysteries, Kathleen M. Dudinsky and Tony Frohoff. The Diary of Abraham Ulrikab, Hartmut Lutz, head translator and editor. Sound, Bella Bathos. Mean Little Deaf Queer, Terry Galloway. Dark Pines, Will Dean.